Chat room, I was just about to start the stream and then I realized that my water bottle was still upstairs. I'm gonna go get the water bottle and then we're gonna get started. Hype! Dude, Muxie was on the ball today. Look at that. We've only been up online for like 6 minutes is what I see on my end. And Muxie was like, I got you. Either way, Spire, Steelhawk, Soccer Link, E-Joan, Apologize, Eric, Ghosty, Frosty, Nico, Echo, Rocket Bean, Volty, Tree, Woos. We've got so many people at the top of the stream. You guys are wonderful. There's Eyebrows. Okay, let me see if there's any big things that I need to. Congratulations, E. Jones. That's nice. That's nice. Congrats on your professional advancement. What are your people's least favorite mob in Minecraft? Cats, easily. Unless that doesn't count as a mob. If it doesn't count as a mob, then I would probably say phantoms have the least value. Spiders might be in there too, because of the amount of value that like spiders bring to the game. It doesn't feel like all that much. Like regular spiders could probably disappear, and then like the game could be just cave spiders. Like make cave spiders be the only spiders that spawn. I think that would be way more interesting. Maddie. Are you gonna actually fight the Wither or cheese it? Asks Eyebrows. It's a good question. At Nims, are you feeling less tired today? Well, considering I only had like 4 hours of sleep, but then I had a coffee and an energy drink. Yo, I'm feeling wound for sound. So I can definitely tell that my body is tired. But we're on drugs, chat room. We got that caffeine life. Ho, 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 ho. And Nim's gonna be a wolf in your hardcore world? Possibly. It's more likely that, but also possibly not. We have no extra wolves ready to be named, and I really want to cut down on the number of mobs and entities in the world. And because of that, I gotta empty my inventory. My inventory is a disaster before we get started with the stream. We just finished setting up the Ender Portal. Or not the Ender Portal, but the Nether Portal. Where's my redstone shulker? We just finished setting up the Nether Portal. I want to dress this up aesthetically. We got to get rid of some of the torches. We've got to... It still has some work that needs to be done. But it's set up. Almost 400? I mean, we were 412 last stream. But then I enchanted my sword Curiosity, so that way Curiosity could kill the cat. Well, you know... You don't drink coffee? I don't! Which makes the coffee that I drank this morning all the more impactful. We got into, I was up late last night, hanging out with girlfriend and a couple of friends, and we got into a discussion, a conversation about the ethical implications of self-driving cars. To try to, I'm gonna keep this as unbiased as possible. This is what I was looking for. I'm gonna try to keep this as unbiased as possible, but I'm gonna give you guys a quick rundown of what that conversation was like, without and I'm not going to tell you who said what. One party argued, I don't know if I like the word argued, because it wasn't an argument, it was just a point of view. How much lag would one wolf be? It's not one wolf, it's the precedent that it sets of still creating entities for the purposes of giveaways. I would like to create entities for the purpose of this world and then do, it's chicken or the egg, Link. So I'm gonna choose that I want the, in this world, the egg to come first. So I want the villager to be, or the entity to justify its own means, and then I'll name it after. I'm not going to create an entity and then justify it retroactively. I'm going to create something that I need, and then I'll name it, not the other way around. Anyway, one set of arguments, one perspective was simply the early results from self-driving cars show them being much better than human drivers. While there are still flaws in the system, implementing self-driving cars as fast as possible across the board will save human lives and overall be better for humanity. It will suck and there will be bumps in the road, but overall, and like the bumps in the road will literally be people getting run over as the AI is learning. That might be a problem. Why don't you have potatoes? Okay, there's hoppers there. Somehow a poisonous potato made it in. Alright. That can just happen, I guess. That's like a 1 in a million. And that's what we're gonna be working on today, by the way, getting rid of the cats. Anyway, one party had the perspective that yes, self-driving car technology is still very early, and that self-driving cars are going to result in people dying. An AI is going to choose to kill someone. However, the early results of self-driving cars show them being a factor of like 10 times better than human drivers, and will ultimately result in human lives being saved. The other party, so that was one half, and so there. See, this is such an issue. We've had 2 cats in the first. Ugh. The other party argued that while it's early, that early stage is anecdotal, and that we should be very slow and careful as we implement this technology, because while some lives will be saved, other lives might be disproportionately affected by this. So like, this is quoting something like, facial recognition technology is much better at detecting people with lighter complexions than people with darker complexions. Additionally, self-driving cars aren't great at recognizing people on bicycles or people in wheelchairs. So, human recognition technologies are still rough. And so, it's basically a very complicated trolley problem. So, and it's not, the trolley problem doesn't fit perfectly here, but the trolley problem is very much so the, is this imagery. Let me, for those of you that don't know. There's a trolley, and it's on a track, and it's actually not this, hang on. Okay, here's a better trolley problem. It's on a track, and you stand at the junction. If the trolley is left unchecked, it kills 5 people. But if the trolley changes its track by your action, it kills 1 person. You would then, by doing nothing, the trolley kills 5 people. But you made no action. But if you created an action, then the trolley kills 1 person. What is the value of, like, human life here? What is the, how do you compare the loss of, that's a 3rd cat. We're definitely changing something today. And it's obviously way more complicated than the trolley problem, because it's not just the trolley problem that you're dealing with here. It's not so easy as the AI will just unilaterally save lives across the board. It's actually like a series of trolleys, so imagine that instead of just one junction, the AI has 1,000 if this then that statement. So the AI is pulling thousands of levers, in which will ultimately result in lives being lost. We got to use that sword. Oh, that's right. But at the end of last stream, we decided that we chased a cat for like 5 minutes trying to kill him with the sword. It was wild. So
remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
How's it going, my dude? So that was a... We gotta cut this down, actually. Cut this down? Break this down? Something like that. So one group argued that with any new technology, there will be hiccups. Unfortunately, the hiccups in this system will be human lives. Just people dying. But the people that die will be I'm trying to make sure that I don't misrepresent anyone here. $38,000 people die in the United States due to car-related accidents on average every year. It's just shy of like 40,000 people are dying from car-related accidents. Car accidents are the #1 cause of death in the United States from people ages 5 to 54, according to some .gov website. By implementing self-driving cars as quickly as possible, we would be saving a large number of those self-driving cars. Some of the early reports are showing like 1 accident every 5 million miles, as opposed to from AI driving, 1 accident per every 5 million miles versus 1 accident per every 500,000 miles from a person. So AI drivers are literally 10 times less likely, according to this one article, 10 times less likely to be in a car crash. I think we could all understand that the likelihood is that car crash is still probably the cause of human error and not AI error. So with more AIs, the likelihood of a car crash probably goes down, but that's speculative and not fair. The other side argues that same thing I said before, is while car crashes might go down, you're effectively trying to trade value of human lives against other human lives. So people in cars are now worth more than people on bikes or in wheelchairs, because you would be saving the other people in cars at the expense of killing more people on bikes or on in wheelchairs, because AI is bad at recognizing those. And that was like our literally 5-hour conversation. So it really comes down to a question of, no, there is no really it comes down to anything, because it's such a complicated, nuanced subject. Oh, I'm out of rockets. It's all right. Is this the convo because you're getting a Tesla? I wish. So the argument of the net benefit, it sucks that, like, as new technology is implemented, that people will die. However, the collective humanity will go up because of the new technology. That's my argument. So I would definitely, I am of the opinion that we should push forward with self-driving car technology as quick as possible, because as long as it continues to show significant improvement over human drivers. I just feel like nobody here is even close to knowing enough about the tech behind self-driving cars and the development to have a good... That was their argument, is like, we're not experts. We need to defer to the experts. And there are huge amounts of ethical and expert-related questions that they cited in order to say that we need to pump the brakes, metaphorically and literally, on self-driving car technology. That there are so many unknowns, and that the common person is so uninformed about Steelhawk, you're amazing. That the common person is so uninformed about AI, about neural networks, about how the technology is developed, that we're not even ready to, that the conversation isn't even being had, the conversation that we would need to have as a society isn't being had, and yet we're still putting forward these cars. That's basically their argument. Yes. That there are effectively an infinite number of unknowables that we as a society need to be having a conversation about, and yet our society is so uninformed that it's not even at the forefront of our collective conversations. There is no politician that's calling for an EPA of AI, right? There is no regulatory agency on what AI is and isn't allowed to do. There is no public discourse on what AI can and can't, how AI determines the value of one human life against another. And that was basically their argument. And I agree with that completely. There absolutely should be some sort of regulatory agency that monitors how like AI and facial recognition technology and self-driving cars all perform, right? Absolutely there should be. But, and this then ties back into my argument, is our inaction killing people? Again, somewhere just shy of 40,000 Americans die to car-related accidents every year. If we push forward that technology, if we drag our feet on that technology, are we indirectly killing people? Trolley problem, right? By doing nothing, are more people dying? If we do something, a different group of people dies. Yes. But the early, and this is again, early reports are fewer of people are dying. But it is a different group. And therein lies the ethical debate. And that's why it was like a 5-hour conversation. It was a great conversation. I had a lot of problem. The car death problem in America is a cultural one. More than anything else, throwing tech on it won't solve it, IMO. See, I think that's a fair problem. And that is true. So again, we got super deep into like looking at the research. It wasn't one of those debates that was like, I'm right and you're wrong. It was an unknowable ending, in which case we all wanted to better our knowledge. So we were looking up a lot of facts and figures and stats and everything like that. One of the interesting ones that we found was something like America has, per capita, 50% more fatalities than any other first world country with cars that has like a car-related economy. We die way more in cars than basically anywhere else in the developed world, which definitely backs up your opinion of America having a cultural problem. Maybe not cultural is the right word, but a systemic problem with cars. So in my mind, like in the trolley problem, if I'm presented the trolley problem and I see 5 people on one side of the trolley, but I can pull the lever and kill one person, I'd pull the lever. Like, I'll lose sleep about it. It will hurt me. I will be crushed. However, in my mind, one human life is equal to one human life. No one is more or less valuable than anyone else. We are all the same. But that's a hard sell, because would you rather run, if you're a self-driving car programmer, would you, and you have to choose, trolley problem, would you rather run over 10 school children or 15 seniors? One human life is one human life, so 10 versus 15, you run over the 10 school children. But 10 school children collectively have, 500 years of human life in front of them. But 15 seniors might only have 50 years of collective human life in front of them. So, are the 10 school children more or less valuable than the 15 seniors? Well, in that case, one human life, right there, Spire says he would run over the 15 seniors. So you are saying that one human life is not equal to one human life. You might be saying something else is equal, like one human life year is equal to one human life year. Something else might be your qualifier of equality, but the simple one human life equals one human life is not what you're arguing. And see that, so now you need to, if that's what you're saying, then you need to program this car to assign value to human life. And now you see the problem. So how do you program a car with no bias to assign values to human life? Just stop the car. You can't. The car's traveling at like 70 miles an hour. It's the trolley problem, right? You can't stop the car. That's not an option. Add trolley problem where one person is girlfriend versus 5 strangers. They made that argument too. Is like, what if it's your loved one? What if it's your loved one versus 5 strangers? Would you, again, in programming the car, would you, and let's say that they're all equal, right? Your girlfriend is 25, right? And it's your girlfriend who's 25 years old versus 5 other girls who are all 25 years old. Do you run over, trolley problem, you must pick, do you run over your one girlfriend who's 25, or do you run over 5 strangers who are all 25? Assign value to human, and that's the ethical question there. Program the car not to kill anyone, that's not an option. The self-driving cars are absolutely going to result in death at some point. There is no world where that's not a possibility. A self-driving car is going to have to deal with somebody trying to commit suicide by jumping into the road. A self-driving car is going to have to deal with somebody accidentally driving their bike into a busy intersection, like a bicycle into a busy intersection. A self-driving car is absolutely going to have to deal with a child chasing a ball into the street. There is no world where an AI does not kill someone. So how do you, and that's why it was a 6-hour conversation. And again, if you're programming a car to say to kill old people instead of young people, then you're applying a value on that old person's life that is less than the value of a child. Who programs that value? Does Ford? Does Ford program that value? Does the US government program that value? Do you trust Ford to program the value, an objective value of human life against other human life? Do you trust the US government to program the value of one human life against another one? And again, I'm not trying to make it a painful conversation for you guys, but this is so you asked me at the very beginning of the stream if I'm feeling less tired. I was up until like 8 a.m. having this conversation. And the big argument here is no one's talking about it. That's more than anything. No one is talking. Like, as a collective society, none of our politicians are talking about this. None of our, like, citizens are talking about this. No one is talking about it. And we need to. Because self-driving cars, the AI, the neural network that governs them, is going to have to choose to kill people at some point. A computer code is going to have to choose who to kill and who to save. How do we write that code in a morally pure way that aligns with our collective values as a society? Trying to think about how I can rebuild this Iron Golem farm in as small of a change as possible. There is no good answer. Let's just move to Mars. Aight, dude, I'll see you there. You, me, and Elon Musk. I probably want to take this down from a 2-cell design to a 1-cell design. Can I see your pumpkin farm? It's just a heavily modified version of, I think it's El Mango's. El Mango pumpkin farm. Yeah. Here, I'll just get you the link. That's basically the pumpkin farm I used. I modified it a lot, but that's basically that. If you do a 1-cell design, wouldn't the 3 beds combine with your bed to make 4 beds? Hopefully not. So that's what I'm debating in my mind right now. So we definitely, I think we take this down to a 1-cell design. So 3 beds instead of 6. But do we also increase the height of this so greatly that do we increase the height of it so greatly that there's no way that it can spawn cats on the player anymore? In which case, do we then need to change it from a 2-cell to a 1-cell? I mean, maybe we do, because we're not getting, like, look at the amount of iron that we've got. Like, this is ridiculous, right? I could just sit here and throw iron on the ground, like, all day, and we would be perfectly fine. Do we really... There's another cat. Do we really need more? I don't know. Also, chat room, I'm gonna level with you. I'm a human being. I had a coffee this morning. I don't drink coffee. I'm not gonna outright say it, but chat room, you're smart. I had a coffee. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a minute. All right, chat room, I'm back. Just getting sat back down now. Who even drinks coffee? Why would anyone do this to themselves? I very much so regret this decision. Got like a billion hydrates. You guys are... Oh my god, they just keep coming. No, Eldon, you need to stop! Oh my god. Okay. Bruh. I'm like, I don't know. I'm gonna say I've got like 5 to go. Yeah, the rule is if you call a hydrate, you have to drink 2. That's that should be a rule. So that way we're all being hydro homies together. Ugh. Delicious water. Does a pumpkin farm work in 1.15 too? Yep. The one that I linked earlier by El Mango? Yes, it does. $3.97. But beautiful. So does anyone know how to get wither skeletons to spawn? There are... Oh, hey. I was gonna go to my end. Or excuse me, my nether. But then I remembered that this is my nether now. Yeah. Oh, hey, I need to break this too. I'll do this whenever I get back. Let's answer that question real quick. Okay, so wither skeletons spawn in nether fortresses only. Checking the durability on my elytra. Wither skeletons spawn in nether fortresses. I would recommend that you look up the bounding boxes for the areas that withers spawn. However, Mojang has stated that they are going to be changing that soon. So I wouldn't change the layout of your nether fortress. Not unless you plan on resetting it at some point. Oi, not fair. You're not supposed to be able to hit me back. This is supposed to be a unilateral interaction. I hit you, you no hit me. That stall he did there at the last second, that's been fixed in 1.16, and it's going to make fighting mobs much more difficult. So anyway, I would flatten out, I would like remove these borders here, and maybe slab the void space in between, so that way you don't accidentally fall down into lava. And then I would try to slab as much, or destroy as much of the surrounding area as you can. Ideally, you're looking for some sort of nether fortress that is over lava, so that way you don't have to worry about stuff spawning as much. And see, like, look at that. That was pretty clean, wasn't it? That was actually super clean. Boy, we talked about this. Me hit you, not you hit me. See, so right now in this position, I am getting mobs that could probably spawn up on that platform, and mobs that can probably spawn up on that platform. And then any and all caves that are inside this mass. if I could somehow remove all of those, and see, yeah, we're getting hostile mobs up there. If I could somehow remove all of those, then I could isolate all of my spawning into just the fortress, which would allow for only fortress-based mobs to spawn. So namely, blazes, wither skeletons, regular skeletons, and you still get the occasional zombie pigman and magma cube. And that's why I fly back and forth here, because by flying back and forth, I'm despawning. So like that guy right there, I'll turn on hitboxes so you can see him. But this guy, at the appropriate distance, is going to despawn. You can see that he's no longer moving, and that's because his AI has been shut off because I'm so far away. In just a moment, he should despawn. Let me kill this blaze real quick. Cool. I don't know why he's not despawning. I wonder if he's like picked up an item or something. Maybe I'm still not the correct distance away. Maybe he's being unrendered, but he's not at the instant despawn range. Either way, me flying over here, despawn. Whoa, there's another nether fortress here? Chow room, I think you know what we need to do. Do you like knockback and fire aspect on your sword? I like knockback, but no fire aspect, especially not in hard difficulty modes. The likelihood of hitting a mob and then it turning around and hitting you and lighting you on fire in retaliation is just too damn high. So no. Knockback on the sword, but no fire aspect. We do put punch and flame on our bow, though. Am I the only one that gets like 10 wither skeletons when they first go to the nether, but then they never spawn again? So, I mean, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So you have a hostile mob cap, which goes up to... Shoot, I don't remember what the hostile mob cap is off the top of my head. But you have a hostile mob cap, and when you first enter, your hostile mob cap is probably close to... is not being filled. Because all the mobs have despawned. So then whenever you enter, all of those mobs need to spawn. And because of your proximity, because of you traveling to the nether, you will spawn all of those mobs. But then you're also spawning mobs like up on platforms above you. Like look at these zombie pigmen up here, just eating my hostile mob cap. Like there's probably, okay, there were no zombie pigmen up here. But look at like all of these zombie pigmen that are spawning. I need to despawn them so that way I can get new withers to spawn. And that's why I moved back and forth, because now the dudes that were up on the ledge have despawned and new dudes have spawned. So, does lighting up the area work? Not really. Most mobs in the nether can still spawn regardless of light levels. I don't believe pigmen care. I don't believe magma cubes care. I don't think blaze care, but not as much. So, slabbing is the answer for the nether. What? He just despawned right in front of me! I need a way of denoting that this way is home. Right? It's that way. I need to fly in that direction. I just killing wither skeletons? Yeah, I'm kind of... We found a new nether fortress, and that makes me excited. Yeah, cool. What do you prefer on your bow? Infinity or mending? Infinity, not even a question. It's like 1,000,000,000 to 1. I will never use a mending bow. Okay, so we're gonna use Torch Trick to denote ways in and out. There's like no mobs here. Was this a dead end? Looks like it. It might actually go through though. Sometimes they do. No, doesn't seem like it goes through. Crossbow or bow? Bow. Reason, okay, so answering both of those, or why I do both of those. So the reason I use infinity over mending is because infinity is respectful of my inventory space. So inventory bloat is pretty real right now. So this is what my default inventory is like. That's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of stuff that I'm just carrying with me 100% of the time. I do have ender chests, which I use to store even more stuff. So I've even tried to cut down on the number of things that I'm carrying with me, but even then, it's still quite a lot of stuff. If I then had a mending bow, I would need to run multiple stacks of arrows. So let's just pretend that these nether wart are more stacks of arrows. So then my inventory is something like this. And that's only 64 times 3. It's like 130, so that would be 195. So that's 192 arrows. So that's only 192 shots that I could get out with my bow before I need to go hunt down some arrows. Only 192. Looking at the bow's durability, because that's what Infinity really is checking, that's 384 shots per bow that gets quadrupled by Unbreaking 3. So let's round this a little nicely. Let's say that's 400 durability, so that way we get some nice easy numbers. 400 durability turns into 1,600 shots, 1,600 shots, as opposed to the, if we round up, 200 shots that we get out of 3 stacks of arrows. The maintenance of repairing a bow is way easier than the... Nope, actually, I'm going to take a step back. Additionally, I have no idea how many arrows I have in my inventory when I'm out fighting. If I'm sitting here just like blah, 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 which we'll come back to what I just did in a moment, I have no idea how many arrows I have in order to do this, and I only can carry just shy of 200 arrows at a time. Yes, I could have a restock inside of my ender chest, but I can't get to them in the heat of the battle. So Infinity puts the number of arrows I have on my action bar in the form of durability under my bow. So I can see that this bow, I could do blah, 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 blah for days because my durability is very full. I know that I have plenty, so I effectively use the durability of my bow as my indication for how many arrows I have left. So not only is it respectful of my inventory, but it's also a better visual indicator of how many shots I have. Lastly, the bow versus cross. So that's why I use Infinity versus Mending. There's also a conversation about the maintenance of going to restock on arrows versus the maintenance of repairing an Infinity bow. I find those to be roughly equal. They're not the same, but they're roughly equal in the amount of time it takes to do. Lastly, a bow versus a crossbow. The ability to spam juggle like this, a crossbow can't do. And if you're dealing with a huge amount of monsters that you cannot have hit you, the bow is the answer, because I can blat out some shots which still are fully affected by punch 2. Sure, they're not going to do any damage, but I can just spam them out and then provide myself some space against whatever group of monsters I'm fighting, so that way I can take a moment to eat, to re-potion, to do whatever I need to do in order to continue the fight. So, bows with Infinity, 100%. For how many days have you had this Minecraft world? The Minecraft world is on day 2,659. In real life days, I think I'm at like 32. 33.38 for a hardcore world, since last death is the exact same thing as total time played. Did I get all the question? A mending bow is reasonable if you believe that special arrows you can make / buy from villagers are worthwhile. Otherwise, Infinity all the way. I think that's a fair point, too. Oh, he kind of spooked me. That's actually a really good point, actually. The problem with the special arrows is, like, you could absolutely run something like Potion of Harming, but then that's kind of like the smite versus sharpness argument, in that smite only works against undead monsters, so harming only works against non-undead monsters. But you could definitely do something like Potion of or Arrows of Slowness, Arrows of Weakness, and then those would work against every monster in the game. This is the most like chill nether exploration ever. Oh god, how many dudes are we gonna fight here? Are we scared? Okay, I thought I was on fire and withered, which would be very dangerous. How are there so many blaze? Okay. We missed a couple of chests because we were killing stuff. Woo! And you know what? I'll take it just in case. Hey! Hey! How's it going, Clawley? How are you today? Crossbows do the same amount of damage and your spam bow doesn't do as much? I mean, that's true, but the spam bow can juggle monsters. So I could create space for myself by like just blah 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 spamming, and then relying on the spam of punch 2 to knock the mobs so far away from me that I'm no longer at risk of them meleeing me. While I take time to say eat or pop a potion or something like that. Right? And this is purely opinion based, of course. Everybody should do what they're most comfortable with, especially for the purposes of a hardcore world. I just tried to fly. Is that a blaze spawner there? I don't see one. Come on, dude. Wow! Dude was a sniper. Jump down. Thank you. If you bring a zombie pigment to the overworld and name tag it, what would happen after the update? I have no idea, actually. I like that heavy sarcasm, AA. Diamonds are so rare. I want them. I believe that there's somewhere like here-ish. Whoa! Okay. Huh. Okay, I'm withered. I never want to be withered and on fire same timesies. That'd be a very bad... Yeah, come up in here, buddies. Come in here. We're having a party. Y'all are invited. Alright. We found a new nether fortress, and where I was just clearing it out while having some great conversation with Charo. Yeah, if you know what you're up against, say the Wither. Right, true, completely agree. And like to that end, same thing with like the dragon, same thing with like, yeah, this is a Wither spawner. Neat. Or excuse me, a blaze spawner. Misspoke. Wow, another one. There's no way that these two are within range of each other, though. Are there? Is there? I really doubt it. I'm hoping that I'll be able to see them. Oi, could you not? Whoa, hello. Dude, there's so many. Oh god, I almost shot that zombie Pikmin. Yeah. One of the right's in range. Could you stop? I'm trying to see if I can mass murder you in like bulk. Are the spawning areas around cages a sphere or is it square? This might be getting out of hand. Good God! Is this getting out of hand, chat room? Okay. He's out of range. He's in range. He's out of range. He's in range. Are we literally at another position where we're one block apart? You know what? I'll take that magma cream. Oh my gosh. Oh, he dropped last moment. That was nice. He juked me. Oh my god. They just can't... They won't stop. I need a moment. Let me look and see if I can farm you. It doesn't seem like I can. They turn on there and see, now they're off, now they're on, now they're off, now they're on, now he's off, now he's on. So it could like maybe in this corner. Okay, he's on. I can't tell if that's off or on. I keep getting the bounce. No. They're one block apart again? Maybe I need to go one block down. Okay. We'll go one block lower. He's on. Okay. He's on. He's off. He's on. He's off. We're one block apart again. I swear me, Mom! Really should have my ender pearls active. I do not have my elytra on. Don't let me jump off an edge till I re-equip that. them diamonds. Yeah, okay. Not too shabby. No, I refuse to take the gold horse armor. I refuse! We've been there. Excessive use of torches. Excessive use of torches. I should have brought some fire res potion. I mean, probably, but I didn't really think I was gonna find a... I didn't really think I was gonna find a new unexplored nether fortress whenever I first stepped into the nether either. Hi. Is that 4? Is this actually 4? No weather skulls, though. Couldn't find another nether fortress because I don't have any fireworks. I mean, it sounds like you need to get some fireworks, buddy! Okay, so whenever I talk about juggling, let me see if I can set up an example here. I messed it up a little bit. I wasn't very... I'm out of practice. Hey. Hey, wow! 2 in 1 pack! Well, I mean, now we just have to go for the 3rd, right? Yeah, great example. Yeah, bad example. The sarcasm. So, like, look at all these guys eating my mob cap. Wow, 4 more. I shot him, and he didn't care? I have no idea if he dropped one, but there's another pack over here that I want to fight. Over the zombie pigman's head. Woo! Clean. Whoa, why did that arrow go like straight down? That was bizarre. What's my badge mean? The train? I think that means that you were the last person to do something related to a hype train. I'm not really sure because it's a system that like Twitch turned on and I don't think I can shut it off, so I'm not 100%. Now I remember my old hardcore world. I got into Nether Fortress, found 2 wither skeletons, and they both dropped a skull. I didn't even have looting, just a stone sword. Dude, that's wild! That'd be so lucky. I do have looting on my sword, though. Looting tree. Whoa, that was a ton of magma slime. Magma cubes. Well, he might be on like mobile or something, so he might not be able to hover it. See ya, dude. Oh. Okay, now see ya. See ya. Oh, I thought that blaze was gonna be right above us. How it sounded. Doesn't it sound like he's right here? Oh, no. You went into the nether and hardcore with a stone sword? That's what I was thinking. I wasn't gonna say it though. Nothing. Nothing. What's your favorite food? Very important. In real life or in Minecraft? I'll answer both. In real life, I'm trying to think of like, what is something that I could eat every single day for the rest of my life and probably be satisfied without trying to cheese it? Because if you say something like pizza, right? Well then the problem with saying pizza as an answer is you could do everything from like a standard meat lovers pizza, but then you could do like barbecue chicken pizza. Then you could do like a Chicago deep dish style pizza, which is some would argue more like a lasagna or a casserole than it is a pizza. Then you could also do something like a taco pizza, and it's like, okay, so pizza's a cop-out answer, right? So it has to be something that is static. It can't change. It can't be dynamic. See, I told you, it's a Minecraft and food stream for sure. Listen here, Makiyam. We always come back. Oh. Nah. By the way, you were missed last night. I don't know if you were here at the beginning of the stream, but Luke Spark, Candy Rabbits, and I were up until like 6 in the morning, which I realize is way too late for you. But I think we had a great, there was an ethical conversation that your opinion, we talked about a lot. Dude, what is this Echo Company with 1,000-bit tip, my dude? He says 1,000 wings fried and covered with garlic and herb glaze. That's a good answer. You could eat that morning, noon, and night every day for the next 60 years. That one thing. I don't know, man. Like, wings are good, and I love wings. But I don't know if I could do it morning, noon, and night, every day, 7 days a week, 30 days a month, 365 days a year for years. I don't know if I could do it. Anyway, Makiyam, super simple. We had this like really great conversation about the ethical implications of self-driving cars and how they are currently being implemented across the US, which quickly becomes a conversation of like the value of human life, because in the neural network and the AI for the self-driving car, it becomes a very complex trolley problem. And how, okay, you read the post? Cool. So you're caught up then. Okay, so answer. I would probably say favorite food in Minecraft is easily, that's gonna be a golden carrot. A golden carrot is the best food in the game. I don't care, steak, pork chops, no, I'll fight you. Golden carrot for sure, 100%. 0% golden, or 0% steak and pork chops. In real life, oh, there's so many and we didn't get a skull for reals? In real life, with no cop-out answers, it has to be exactly the same every time. I think it has to be something that has like a great number of layers. Like it can't be a single thing. So like in my mind, that becomes something like a turkey club, as an example. And that's definitely on my short list, is like a turkey club. Because a turkey club is so, I don't know, like even in its individual components, you're talking about like probably some turkey, probably some ham, probably... Oh, okay, I saw the darkness of the coal there, and I thought that it was a skeleton skull that we missed. It's individual components. So you've got turkey, you've got ham, you've got bacon, you've got lettuce, you've got tomato, you probably have a sourdough bread, you probably have some sort of like aioli on it, like did I say bacon? You probably have a little bit of bacon too. So the complexity there. Yeah. I feel like there should be an achievement for meleeing a ghast to death. Well, that's unfortunate. So what else could have like that sort of I don't know. Scar makes a good point. Honey bottles? For wait, what? Honey is better? That's the best food in Minecraft? Honey bottles give saturation stacking, which is stronger than golden carrots, and you can eat only when missing hunger. True. I mean, we've talked about combo eating before on stream. However, combo eating is a tedious activity and can't be done in the heat of battle. If you were to try to rely purely on honey bottles as a primary food source in Minecraft, you will die very quickly. You just can't consume enough saturation fast enough. It only becomes worthwhile when combo eating. In that case, you still need to have a primary. Honey just becomes a secondary. So I could say that honey is probably my second, but I don't think honey can ever be somebody's first food choice in Minecraft. I'm 100% on board with self-driving cars. I totally understand the ethic issues, but I want to be able to sit in the car and read or play a game while it drives me to work. We speculated your opinion a little bit, which may have been a little bit disingenuous to you, but I think back to the conversation where you and I talked about the implications of Star Trek-esque teleportation technology, where you would teleport even though there's a chance of you yourself dying and being replaced by an exact clone. You said you would, because from the universe's perspective, this was kind of this is what I based the speculative side on. From the universe's perspective, the human life balance remained equal. So in your mind, a human life is a human life was kind of a little bit of the basis there. Please land. Oh, the gunpowder landed, but not the gas tier. Even if that human life was your own. So then expanding from that basis, I wondered, and I was the one wondering, I was just thinking out loud here. I wondered if one human life is one human life, the net result of self-driving cars saving life, even if there are some ethical questions surrounding it, you are still netting, at least the early reporting is netting, a total of a surplus of human lives. No, surplus, that might not be the right word. Net benefiting human lives, even if there are some unfortunate doesn't feel like the right word because people are dying. Even if there are some even if there is loss of life, this is awkward actually. So I don't know. It was a super interesting conversation. Luke Spark, Candy Rabbits, and I were up until like 7 in the morning talking about it. People are gonna die either way. That was, yep. But the early reporting shows that self-driving cars are fewer people dying. And then the counter argument there is, well, people are gonna die either way, but self-driving cars are showing biases against people on bicycles and showing are showing biases against people with in wheelchairs. They're showing biases against people with darker complexions, all of which is awful. But the current system definitely has biases in it as well. We're just acclimated to the current biases. So if one bias is, so a life is a life. So yeah, it's hard though, because then you start to say like, even the early reporting still might be off, as Luke Spark pointed out, and in that the people that can afford self-driving cars are probably from affluent areas, and affluent areas probably have access to a number of better things, and that might affect the reporting of the self-driving cars. So maybe they aren't as safe as the early reporting is showing. And then there's like trolley problems built in. Yeah, it's wild. We're just gonna have to. It's cool. We'll just have to have the conversation sometime off stream, because this is a unilateral conversation. You're stuck to like 200 characters, and I can monologue. But I'm on board. And like, even if there are biases in my mind, we can patch those out. And it's probably faster to patch out the biases than retrain America how to drive, or the world. And there's also like, I don't know, I would much rather trust, so there's a lot of ethical questions embedded into it, but I would much rather trust an AI, because an AI will largely be a conglomerative effort, in which case there is a consensus on the morality of what that AI should or shouldn't do. So I would much rather trust the opinion of a large number of people rather than the opinion of a singular person, like of one of my neighbors. Which I don't know, maybe I have too much faith in the system there, right? Because that same system is basically like talking about a democratic system, and our democratic system isn't great right now. Our democratic system is very much so failing us right now. So it's just such a... We were up for like 6 hours last night. It was wild, but it was great. Anyway. And I'm trying to also represent Candy Rabbit's and Luke's arguments fairly, which might be a little bit hard, again, in this medium. I just want one more skull. I want to kill a withered boss today. Let's go back to the food conversation. I think I'm gonna, final answer, Turkey Club. If I had to eat one food for the rest of my life, I think it would be a Turkey Club. Because, and I don't know if this is cheating, but you could at least break it down into individual components and have a different experience with the Turkey Club. And it's not like undercooking it. Like the Turkey Club could still be a completed product, and you could still pull apart different products from it. Like, you could kind of make a salad. Kind of. I think you have to live in a place with excellent public transit. It's fundamentally better than cars for cities for all people that live there. I mean, yeah. But the US is not known for its excellent public transportation. I only have 11 rockets left either. You'd eat fajitas every day? What type of fajita though? Are we talking like beef? Are we talking chicken? I know this is off topic, but I keep having a recurring dream that you fall off your drown farm with no elytra and rage quit because you died. Also, my lifetime food would be guacamole on toast with a poached egg. You could eat, that seems so basic. Guac on toast with a poached egg? That seems kind of bland, too. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's big brain, because it's a little bit bland. Maybe the strong flavors you would become bored of less quickly. Meat pies all day, every day. Oh, that's going in lava. And I definitely wouldn't rage quit, E. Jones, if I fell off the drowned farm and died. If I fell off, I wouldn't actually die. We've actually already fallen off and popped a totem, which you might consider fake dying. I wouldn't rage quit though. I want to fight a wither, and then I want to fix the iron golem farm. That's what I want to do. Now that sounds super tasty. Toast with guac and a poached egg. How does that sound tasty? That sounds so bland. Crunchy, spicy salmon rolls every day. I don't know if I could do sushi every day of my life. I wake up in the morning, sushi. I'm hungry at lunch, sushi. I like sushi. I don't know if I like sushi that much. Rather live off of cereal? But what cereal? You can't, because it's gotta be the same thing. You can't be like, oh, today I'm gonna have Captain Crunch and tomorrow I'm gonna have Lucky Charms. It has to be Lucky Charms morning, noon, and night for, oh, I backed myself into a corner. It has to be Lucky Charms morning, noon, and night, you know, every day. Trying to read chat while fighting these, and I keep getting myself hit. I really don't want to get hit now. Thankfully, I haven't been fired and withered at the same time yet. That might change right here. Alright, we good. Still. A hamburger? Way less boring than a turkey club. But like a turkey club has like 8 things in it. Even because I could imagine that like waking up to a turkey club, hey, that sounds nice. I could imagine, like I'm talking about like a triple stack, like 3 layers of sourdough bread. You've got turkey, ham, bacon. You've got like lettuce, maybe a smear of guac, tomato. You've got some like, what is it? It's that fancy mayonnaise. What is that fancy mayonnaise called? Is it mayonnaise aioli? Yeah, like a garlic mayonnaise aioli thing. Yeah, dude, that sounds so good. Like you could, it's light enough to have in the breakfast, or light enough to have in the morning, but still filling enough to have for like a dinner. Only having one rocket here is actually super dangerous. If I get knocked off the edge, I have one chance to escape. I'm withered and on fire. It finally happened. Okay. I get bored of sandwiches 2 days in a row, much less for the rest of my life? I don't know. Like, I don't know how you could get tired of a club though. I don't know if that, because it's like everything. You feel? It's not. What's the best type of chips? Or are you talking about like European chips, where you're talking like French fries? Or are you talking American chips where you're talking like crisps? The food topic is making me hungry. I mean, this happens like every stream. It just happens. No. No weather skellies? Actually, no, forget my meat pies. I'd eat fairy bread forever. If you don't know what fairy bread is, then I'm going to show you the door. I don't know what fairy bread is. See ya, chat room. Apparently Bob's taking over our stream now. Oh, for sure. People's taste buds are different. I didn't really expect to be able to land here. I just would imagine that people would choose like more complex dishes is in my mind. Like I realize that turkey clubs aren't a particularly complex dish, but I don't know. Oh, hey, yeah, and one more thing with the turkey club. I definitely have like a side of barbecue sauce to be able to dip the turkey club into. That might make me weird, but like, I don't know. I would definitely go for like a side of barbecue sauce. Nims doesn't even like Brussels sprouts. It's because Brussels sprouts are disgusting. They are actually like fake food. You shouldn't eat Brussels sprouts. They're gross. Admittedly, the Brussels sprouts that I had 2-3 months ago were better than the Brussels sprouts of my childhood. They still tasted like buttery foot fungus. Or like buttery, nutty foot fungus. Yeah, final answer. I just misjump my jump, or mistime my jump because I forget how fast wither skeletons move. They're so speedy. People actually like Brussels sprouts. Not a fan of Brussels sprouts. Oh, no. It's not just me. It's not just me. What about broccoli? Broccoli's aight. It's neither good or bad. Like, if we're talking a 1 to 10 scale where 1 is Brussels sprouts and 10 is, like, heaven-sent food, then, like, broccoli's a true 5. It's perfectly neutral. Brussels sprouts are great? No! That's wrong! They're fake! Fake food. Nobody actually likes Brussels sprouts, I'm convinced. It's one of those things where it's like it's a universally agreed upon conspiracy that to pretend like people enjoy Brussels sprouts. But it's just a trick to try to get other people to eat them. It's like there for a bit we all kind of pretended like people don't actually like Nickelback, right? People just kind of pretend to like Nickelback to try to get other people to like Nickelback. But it's a joke. It's not real. Brussels sprouts are the Nickelback of food. When's that sticker coming out? Wait, what sticker? What emote? Oh god, that spooked me. Echo Company, 200 bits! Thank you very much. He says, I love Brussels sprouts when they're cheesy though. Unless they got cheese on them, they ain't good. You know, cheese is delicious, especially if it's extremely processed cheese, like Provel, or spray cheese, or Velveeta. Mmm. The best. I'm joking. I'm joking. But I don't think any amount of cheese and how delicious cheese is can cover up the utter terribleness that is Brussels sprouts. That's a lot, man. We gotta be careful. I have my elytra on, so... Damn. I want to get out of range of the spawner that's right there as quickly as possible. Man, we got those two back to back. Like literally in the same pack, and we can't get in. Hey, another one? I make Brussels sprouts with bacon and they're wonderful. You gotta cut them in half or quarters. If they're whole, they're trash. I mean, if they exist, they're trash, right? Brussels sprouts are just like scuffed lettuce. Somebody was like, hey, what if we took lettuce and just made it taste like garbage? Like actual, like Brussels sprouts taste like what garbage dumpsters smell like. Like, if anybody here has ever worked in the food industry, and you've opened up that dumpster out back where, like, you throw the bad food or the scrapped food, you remember what that smells like? That just, like, weak, old, decaying, like, food matter? That's what Brussels sprouts taste like. Whoa, that was big. We got a thick spawn over here. Yeah, come and get some. Come and get. Wait, why are they both? Okay. There's one in there somewhere. Wow, dude, we got a sniper on our hands. Favorite ice cream? I think I determined recently that, like, oh, finally. I think we determined recently, because, so I try to list my favorite ice cream, and I'm like, I like chocolate chunk, like chocolate brownie chunk with fudge swirls. Or, actually, I don't know how to get home that way. I know that it's over here somewhere. Uh-oh. Did I just get myself lost? A little bit. Oh, there it is. Bless. Okay. It was like chocolate chunk with fudge swirls. Or French vanilla with like chocolate fudge on top of it. Or, like a hot fudge malt. And then I'm like, oh wait. I'm not describing different ice creams. My favorite thing is hot fudge. So apparently I don't like ice cream, I just like hot fudge. So that's my answer. Brussels sprouts taste like rubbing Grandma Chi-Chi's bunions. I can't say I disagree. Orange juice and toothpaste? Oh yeah, the best combination, my man. Clearly. I didn't know I was gonna have to hate everyone today. It's funny coming from James, because James is probably one of the nicest guys I know. I was scratching my face. Oop, I accidentally towed it twice. Did I accidentally walk through multiple times? I think I did. So next, we still have some stuff that we need to do for the portal room. Obviously, we have a couple of a couple hundred. 64 times 9. We have 64 times 9 entrances into the Nether in front of us. I swear to God, I hate these cats so much. So we definitely need a way of refilling that that's not quite so awkward, you know? Don't hate people who can't appreciate Brussels sprouts. They don't know any better. Brussels sprouts are very disgusting, though. Very disgusting. Does Brussels sprouts have any redeeming qualities at all? I don't think it does. I don't think it do. We'll put blaze rods in here. I don't think it do. Do we pull gas tiers out and put the gas tiers in with a potion now that we have a potion storage? Probably. Same thing with like blaze rods and nether wart. So, probably same thing with magma cream as well. Healthy and tasty? No, dude, they're so bad. And they make you fart? Dude, they did the worst thing. Like, I had Brussels sprout burps after we ate the Brussels sprouts like 2 months ago. I had the Brussels sprout farts. It was not a pleasant experience. It wasn't even like a, ooh, yeah, this was bad now. It was like an ongoing, like there was a second, a third, and a fourth coming. It was not a one and done. It's like you eat a hot chili and you're like, ooh, this is hot for 5 minutes. And then you're done. And then sometimes there's a second coming with like hot chilies, I guess. But with Brussels sprouts, it was an ongoing event for like 6 hours. My personal hell, I think Spire just described. Brussels sprouts with cats. Yeah, I would agree with that. Or at least Minecraft cats. Real life cats. They aight. Still, I don't know why you would have an animal that like passive aggressive hates you. But like, I can at least respect them. Did I didn't pull them out. I'm dumb. That's true, Tychus is pretty much a dog. But that's the exception and not the rule, right? Yeah. E. Jones with the hydrate. Okay, let me make sure I'm in line here. How did the potion brewer turn out? Amazingly, Yolk. Are you trying to add anything else to the portal room? I'll need some way of restocking the flint and steel. That's what I was just talking about. We've got 64 times 9 uses, which I have no idea what that is. That's like 9 times 60 plus 9 times 4. So 9 times 6 is 54, so 540 to add the 0. 9 times 4 is 36, so 540 plus 36 is 576. Did I get that right? 576? Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, so we have 576 uses of the portal room. That's how my brain does math, chat room. I don't know if that's the right way, but that's how my brain does it. So we have 576-ish uses of the portal room. Once the nether comes out, we'll probably burn through those pretty quickly. So creating some sort of stockpile of flint and steel, like a double chest that then filters into it, seems like it'd probably be a pretty good idea, yeah? Also, if you ever need to cheese a wither, this is how you cheese a wither. You dig, what's the height here? So this is the bottom of my end portal to leave, to get back to the overworld. Then you're gonna dig 1, 2, 3 blocks down. And then you're gonna place 4 obsidian in a T where the butt of the T, you know, the foot of the T, is directly under the center of this end portal. Okay. And then place a wither right here. You scoot back a little bit, because he's about to explode. Snuffly, I'll have to get your hydrate in a moment. Oh, by the way, this can be kind of loud. I accidentally hit an enemy. That's a bit... The Enderman just decided, nah, I don't want any more of this. Easiest wither fight of my life. Okay. Let me get that hydrate in real quick. Couldn't find my water bottle. Why is it snowing in the end? Snowmen. Because snowmen default aggro Enderman. So it was a way, whenever I first did the dragon fight, I built a bunch of snowmen so that way they forced the Enderman to teleport. So that way I would have a clearer path. Like it was cleaner for me to fight the dragon. So, anyway, we're back at the overworld. By the way, do Endermen not spawn on snow? I actually have no idea. Do we go for a flex beacon? I kind of feel like making a flex beacon. I don't know if we really need a beacon right now. Let's just ender chest it, and then maybe we'll come back to it later. Flex beacon with netherite. I mean, right now a flex beacon would be emeralds. Well, a true flex beacon would be diamonds with what currently exists in the game. But like a secondary flex beacon would be emeralds. I think that'd be pretty cool. You can't even make one with diamonds? That's true. $32 is not enough. What is it? It's like 2.5 stacks. So, someone did the netherite beacon for the 116 bedrock. Can you make a coal beacon? No, you can't. And I mean, like, but do you know if that person did it legitimately, Liam? I don't know if I would trust it. I don't know if I trust a lot of people. And this is us stocking up on TNT. So the moment 116 comes out, we can just blast the nether and find all the netherite, hopefully within a stream or two of 116 releasing. That's aight. It's aight, Spire. So 50 hours to build a netherite beacon. Did he use TNT duping? That's all I care about. And also, somebody earlier said that pre-release 6 is out. Pre-release 6 Minecraft. Oh, pre-release 7. I want to take a look at this. Start your new week by not slipping and sliding on blocks that should not be slippy or slidey. We've now released pre-release 6 and 7. They must have been back-to-back releases. Does TNT not blow up netherite ore, or whatever the name is? No, it doesn't. That's a great question. So, the best way to farm, and this is early to state, so keep that in mind, but the early reports are that the best way to farm netherite will likely be bed spamming or TNT spamming through a correct Y height, which I believe is going to be like Y18 through the nether. So for legitimate players, so not TNT duping, not using any sort of fill commands or whatever, it will likely be doing some sort of branch mining, but instead of it being like branch mining 2 or 3 blocks apart, you'll probably have branches either, I don't know, like 8 blocks apart if you're using TNT, or like 15 blocks apart if you're using beds. And then you'll come back through once you're done making this branch, and then you'll fill that branch with TNT or beds respectively, and then blow them up. And what is it? Ancient debris, I think is what it's called. Ancient debris will not be destroyed by either. LG9G, I will answer your question in just a moment here. I'm going to look at what's happening. Strider's left leg, right leg uses the same texture. World border is no longer fully solid. Skeletons not spawning frequently in Soul Sand Valley. Unable to jump 1 block high from flowing lava that has level 3 or lower. Zombified Piglin sleeve layers are not held. These are just basic bug fixes. Zombified Piglins drop less XP than before. Heads and skulls on walls cause Z fighting. Overworld general gameplay music can play in the nether in creative mode. Turtle eggs hatching broken. Game checking for sand 1 block too deep. Unable to set commands. Cannot use set block. Players get set on fire and extinguished continuously when creative. Redstone and jungle temple / pyramid no longer connects to blocks and redstone components properly. That's probably an issue of the crossed versus dot of redstone generating incorrectly. Player can get stuck inside of a world border. Clicking the take me back button causes translucent blocks to stop rendering. Okay. And then in 1.16, or in pre-release 6, map colors. Oh, search. Yeah, we saw this one. I think it was yesterday. Yeah, we saw this one. I mean, pretty cool, pretty cool. Nothing huge. It doesn't look like there's anything of note. Yeah, the search thing is they basically added search here, so that way you can see that this is supposed to be a search bar, because without that there, and there's no, like, cursor, you have no idea. Like, you click this, like, is it a button? What's it do? It doesn't make any sense. So adding makes it so much nicer. Those are minor bug fixes. We're close. I would not be surprised if we saw it by this weekend or early next week. Yeah, it's very, very close. You make a tiny strip mine, then make a peak hole and place a bed at the end to blow it up, and you'll get so much ancient debris. I mean, that's about what I expect. So to that end, that's full of beds. Obviously, we can't make beds because then we would only have, what is this, 9, 18, 27 beds? So instead, we fill this up with planks, white wool, and then a crafting table because it's a 3-to-3 recipe, which means that it's a 1-to-1 recipe. And then crafting tables, so that way we can craft the beds. And so there's just, I mean, however much, 9 plus 4, so 13. So 13 divided by 3, so it'd be calculator 64 times 13 is 832 blocks. Divided by 3 is 277 beds. So we have 277 beds ready to go the moment 116 comes out. And a shulker just prepped. That's a lot of destruction. We also have... Nope, that was the wrong one. That's a shovel. We also have... How much is this? 27 times... What's the durability on this? 1,500? So, calculator. 27 times 1,500 durability. So we've got the durability of 40,000 blocks in pickaxes ready to go. And then we're working on 2 shulkers worth of TNT over here. How old is this world? 2,662 days. And then it's like 33 real life days old. We started it back in January, but we've got like 800 some odd hours into it. I was haste potions existed. I mean, we've talked about that before. A potion, because we basically already have, I mean, strength beacon and strength potion is the same thing, right? So I'll shut this off. Strength beacon and strength potion, same thing. Regen beacon and regen potion, basically the same thing. So, there's kind of a resistance potion now. It's the Turtle Master potion. But it kind of exists. I would love, absolutely love, to see a haste potion effect. I'm very much so in agreement, eyebrows. Okay, so how does an iron golem farm work? This segues very nicely because we need to fix our iron golem farm because it's spawning an absurd number of cats. So an iron golem farm works because we have a break into mine. So ignore the glass in the center up here. An iron golem farm works because we have, well, hey, look at that. Iron golem spawned as F on Q. An iron golem farm works because we have 3 villagers creating a fake village, which have beds and workstations. So they are a complete village. These villagers are then standing in water. Let me come down here so that way we can see a little bit better. They're standing in water, which causes them to bounce a little bit. And now I'm going to turn on hitboxes so we can actually see their eyes. So these red sections are representative of their eyes, and the blue line is representative of where they're looking. So we can see that based on this trapdoor and carpet, that their eyes are... let me take a step back. Because they're in water, we can see by looking at their eyes that they're bouncing, which changes their line of sight. We then put a zombie in the middle at a perfect angle, so that way the trapdoor and carpet is frequently breaking their line of sight to the zombie, which is scaring them and then letting them forget about it. So they see the zombie, they get scared, but then they bounce in the water and they no longer see the zombie, so they stop being scared. And because they go from this scared, not scared, scared, not scared, scared, not scared, they are... So villagers talk amongst themselves, and every time that they see the zombie, they talk, and they gossip. They say, oh no, there's a zombie. We need to spawn defenses. Create an iron golem. And so then they create the iron golem to go fight the zombie. And then because they bounce again, they forget about the zombie. They then talk and say, oh, the zombie's gone. But then they bounce, and then they see the zombie, and then they panic, create a golem, and then fall and stop panicking. And they reset that very frequently. Constantly spawning iron golems over and over again. And it's a pretty quick system. That's a bit simplified. It's a little bit more complicated than that. But that's the basics. At Nims, honey bottle stack to 16. Why can't potions and water bottle stack? Dude, you're preaching to the choir. Absolutely. Potions don't get used, right? I think that potions... I don't think potions should stack to 16. Because that would be way too strong. But a potion stacking to something like 4 could be good. Because if you have splash potions of harming, and then you're doing something like PvP or something like that, then it kind of gets crazy if you could just sit there and like spam splash potions of harming at people. That would be way too much. Or like conversely, in PvP or in any survival situation, if you could just spam health potions, if you could have health potions of... What is it? How do you say it? Strength 2 health potions.
Remind yourself
Echo
that
Company with a gifted
overconfidence is
sub.
a slow and insidious killer.
A slow and insidious killer, my man. Did we ever reset our music and sounds? We didn't. So if you could just like run away from somebody, just looking at the ground going splash, 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 and just healing yourself for strength, or power 2 healing, that's way too strong. Way too strong. So I think that like potion stacking to 4 might be good. And it would also be interesting to stack to 4, because then that's a new stack limit. Because we have things that stack to 16, we have things that stack to 64, and we have things that, like stacks of 1, stacks of 16, and stacks of 64. So a stack of 4 would be interesting for the purposes of a comparator. I can't immediately think of something that you could use a stack size of 4 to create. But we have to acknowledge that a different stack size and a different signal strength could create a different signal strength, which could be interesting. So. Force moves at the progression. That's a good point. So I would really, really like to see potions stack to 4. At the same time that they make potions stack to 4, I think we implement something like WoW's diminishing return system. So I'm not going to lecture you guys about WoW, but specifically, diminishing returns would say each time you use a potion within a window, each one is reduced effectiveness. So the first time, the first potion would be 100% effectiveness. The second potion, I don't know how to mark this, 100%. The second potion would have half effectiveness. The third potion would have 25% effectiveness. And the fourth potion would have like, I don't know, this would be weird. So we'd have to come up with so I want to say that it would be 0% effectiveness, but that doesn't make any sense, right? Maybe the fourth potion has 10% effectiveness, and then the fifth potion has 0%. That would make sense to me. So the first potion does exactly the same. It's the exact same system that we already have. So you splash yourself with a healing potion, and it heals you exactly what you would expect. The second potion that you would use on yourself would heal you for half of the expected amount. So a potion of healing heals you for like, I want to say it's 6 health. So 3 hearts, 6 health. So the first one would heal you for 100%, so 6 health. The second one would heal you for 3. The third one would heal you for like 1.5, and so then you could just randomize if it healed you for 2 or 1. And then 10% would be a half a heart. So it probably have to round up if we're being honest. And then that system then benefits 4 potions, because 4 potions would be usable for 4, but the 5th potion wouldn't do anything. So I think that is also a good system. So that would make it so that way spamming potions on yourself isn't ridiculously powerful. And you're basically halving each time, 100 to 50 to 25 to 10. Maybe you say it's 12%, it doesn't really matter. The numbers here are relatively arbitrary. These could be balanced a little bit, and probably would just have to be, instead of it being, these would be it wouldn't be a hard rule. It would have to be the theory in which each scale goes to. And sometimes this would, and then this thing would have to reset after, I don't know, how often do you think that you should be able to do 4 potions at this effectiveness? Once a minute? Once every 30 seconds? Once every 90 seconds? So you should have some sort of like hidden potion diminishing return effect that resets every 60 seconds, 90 seconds, whatever, so it resets every X seconds, right? Where X equals 60, 90, 30, 60, 90, question mark, some number of time, right? Do you need to replace these torches with pumpkins or lanterns, or are they out of particle render distance? I think that we've just conceded on torches. Alright, so the glass here is not reducing spawns. reducing the spawn of cats, specifically. That time I was much quicker at it. And we can see that the farm even works faster at nighttime, because the villagers, when they go down in the water, they lose sight of the zombie, which allows them to sleep. But then when they're in the bed, the same thing happens. They can then see the zombie, which freaks them out, and then they go into an even more panicked state. I forget the exact mechanic there, but yeah. Okay, so we need to figure out, so do we take this from 6 villagers down to 3 villagers and go a single cell? Or do we have 2 options. And it just depends on what we want to move, I guess. We either continue the 2-cell design, but to continue with the 2-cell design, we're gonna have to go like 100 blocks straight up, which will be very easy to move the villagers, because then we just make like a bubble vader below them and then just lift them up. We don't even have to move them. It'll be the easiest thing in the world to move the villagers. But to move the zombie will be difficult, because we have to worry about him accidentally burning. We have to worry about like the minecart getting all the way up. We've got to get him into this exact position so that way as the villagers bounce in their water, they can sometimes see him and sometimes can't. Moving the zombie will be difficult. Moving the villagers will be moderately easy. And that's if we want to continue with the 2-cell design. The alternative is we leave the zombie exactly where he is, and we go down to a 1-cell design. In which case we build something like instead of it, you see how it's like this, here, let me come out wide. You see how it's like this T shape right now? So instead of it going left or right, I mean, realistically, we could just destroy just one side and then just leave it as is, and just, it'd be a facade. We could just do that. Actually, that would be the easiest thing in the world. We just go kill 3 villagers and we're done. What about adding 2 rooms in the same layer, left and right? That doesn't work because then they combined with each other. So, those 2 villages are separate. But if you were to try to put, so if we're talking like, you have, so right now we have a village here, west and east. If you put a village north and south, it actually combines and just makes one big village, which doesn't work. So then the iron golem cap is shared between this one village, but by having it be 2 villages, we have 2 iron golem caps, and therefore higher rates. So you can't go north and south. We could just kill all of the villagers off of one side. Oh, Lord. And so we wouldn't even have to move anything. We could do that. Is that what we want to do? And then we just leave the facade of 2 up. Because what I was thinking is like, oh no, this means that, I don't know why I got this thought in my head, but I was like, oh, if we go down to 1 village, then we need to move it, so that way it's still even. But we don't have to move it. Like, I don't need to take these villagers and put them there or there whenever I destroy this, right? Are the iron golems tracking the zombie, or are they still attracted to lava? Also, why do you have pumpkins on the floor? Iron golems do see the zombie and are tracking him. They think that they can get closer by walking through these trap doors. But they obviously can't. So they then fall down and die. When's the new Toot coming? Also, why do you have pumpkins on the floor? Light levels to prevent, I wanted a solid block that still created light, so that way bats and monsters don't spawn. You don't need to kill, just wall them off? What do you mean wall them off? Wall off the villagers? Is that gonna work? I don't know if that works. Yeah, see, I would kill them because they're entity, exactly like Eyebrow said. I would kill them, so that way there are fewer entities in the world. I mean, it's 3 fewer entities, right? I see your point, though. We could just wall them off. They would no longer see the zombie. And 3 villagers is not enough to spawn an iron golem naturally, I believe. Iron golem. Minecraft. Dude, turnip for what? 300 bits. Just, thanks, man. In Java Edition, villagers can summon iron golems either when they are gossiping or panicking. A villager tries to summon a golem. Up to 10 attempts are made within a bounding box. Trying to look and see how many villagers it requires. It doesn't really matter because we're probably just gonna destroy, or just gonna kill these 3 villagers. So do we do anything else, or is that literally the only change that we need to make? And I want to make sure that we're positive on this, because if we're not sure, then we're gonna kill 3 villagers and it's gonna be a pain in the butt to replace them. Yo, give me that toot. I'm super behind on chat. Even though I'm a Bedrock player, I've learned a lot about Redstone from you. Just wanted to say TY for that. Well, thanks, man. Thanks for the kind words. I mean, this is the part of the game that I enjoy, is like the discovery, the figuring out new mechanics. Which is why, and this is like my own like personal trigger, my own personal thing. But that's why I get so frustrated whenever I'm like, oh, I want to make XYZ thing for the first time, and then everybody's like, go watch so-and-so's tutorial for it. And that's like, you're denying me my favorite part of the game by doing so, which is why we have like a Don't Backseat Game Ring. So, I mean, Turnip, I'm glad that you enjoy the same part of the game that I do. I really appreciate those kind words. What are you trying to do? Reduce cats? Yes. We have cats spawning like crazy in this world. The wiki has a lot of really gross information on it, so I'm trying to figure out what I can do to reduce, and see, you can see him looking down at the zombie. Trying to figure out what I've done wrong that's allowing cats to spawn. Remove beds first, if it's the number of beds spawning cats. No, I think we just remove beds and kill the villagers at the same time. And then I think I have to replace the beds with slabs. It might be possible. No, it's a square spawning area and not a circular spawning area, so they can't spawn over there. I think I still make up slabs though. What should I do with my villagers? What are they, like, out of a villager breeder? Like, I need a little bit more information than that. I like starting at the tutorial. I like starting at the tutorial somebody else has made, but adjusting to make it better or do what I want it to do. Starting an idea from start is pretty rad though. Yeah. I mean, I like to look up information videos, and sadly, there's not just a lot of, here's how all the mechanics regarding XYZ thing works. There's not a whole lot of those. That information is typically embedded inside of tutorials. So, for part of it, I just have to watch the tutorial. Which is kind of like what we did with the drowned farm. I watched just enough to figure out how drowned spawn and like should you build a drowned farm in a river versus an ocean and stuff like that. But as soon as we got that information, we closed the video and then figured everything else out for ourselves, like how to properly lure them, how the killing chamber, etc., etc., etc. Cosmo, I wholeheartedly agree. The main fun is messing with your own theories and creating funny mechanisms that started off seeming great but ends up being a disaster. But it's my disaster. Exactly. Well, thankfully, I've gotten good enough at this game to not have too many disasters. I don't know, we fell into our villager breeder once and almost died for it, so that was a disaster. I use a similar design to yours and have the same issue. Cats everywhere. Right. Do you have multiple cells? Like, how many beds do you have? Don't cats spawn anywhere there are villagers? I mean, yes, but the spawning rule is a lot more complicated than that. The wiki has some incorrect information. The wiki contradicts itself within a sentence. So we can't trust the wiki for cat spawning rules. But what we know, what we've been able to empirically prove, is that cats spawn when beds greater than 3. So equal to or greater than 4. So we know that to be true, but it also has to have some sort of plus villagers, but we don't know exactly, like, do the villagers have to have claimed the beds? What if it's 1 villager and 4 beds? Is it... It's probably 4 occupied beds. If we're being honest. When occupied beds equal to or greater than 4. I believe that's what we've discovered. Fell into the drowned killing chamber and almost died too. That's true, that did happen. At least I didn't pop a totem there. So going down to 3 beds should remove cat spawning. So I don't know. There's a bunch of rules, right? And then like cats spawn based on player location, not village location. But it's still see, that's a weird line. So the problem with this line is the player has to be within range of the village, and then cats spawn based on player. So it's like the player needs to be within a certain number of blocks of the village, and then the cat can spawn within so many blocks of the player. So it's like this weird embedded rule. So like that one's really hard, and that's where like the wiki is weird. The wiki's also weird on like the number of occupied beds. So it's so strange. It's so strange. You can make a NIMS too on mechanics. Wait, hold on. What you enjoy in Minecraft is why I play ARPGs, and D&D 3.5 theory crafting is the best. It is really good. Keyword Arakoa Barbarian later. You can make a NIMS too on mechanics. I'd love to see your take on lag optimization out into a video format. The problem with like lag optimization is I would have to install a bunch of mods to prove it, and I just don't care to install those mods. But yeah, we could do that. I think your tree farm, you started with a video and got the basic premise of offhand sapling and main hand axe. I remember watching you develop that. It was pretty cool. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that. 1 villager and 4 beds. You mean the crazy cat villager? Yeah. My iron farm is the same configuration as yours. 2 cells, 3 villagers each, similar layout inside. The only difference is I have hooked up the water under the villagers to dispense, so I could put it on a timer every 35 seconds. Interesting. So you've got a bit of redstone where I just let it happen naturally. You should set up a raid farm to have totems. I have a raid farm. It's already been built. It's done. That's where I got all my emeralds from. Let me show you this. We got a raid farm. Is there a Minecraft source code we can dig into? Yeah, I think some people have. Maybe not the source code specifically, but like they definitely are able to look at the code. Small question: what time zone do you live in? Kansas City, and which is Central Time Zone. So right now for me, it is 4:41 in the afternoon on a Tuesday. I saw a video from Nemban that said the AI for Villager Terror is pretty laggy, so we made a farm that put the zombie on a minecart that went between cells instead. I just have the water turned on for a few seconds every 35 or so, so the villager is only scared 1/7 of the time. That's interesting. He demonstrated the penalty of villager AI with tick warp features, and it was pretty damn convincing. Is it a clean video, or is it in something like a Let's Play where he demonstrates that grog? Because if it's a clean video that just discusses that mechanic, then I would be interested in looking at it. Oh, 42? Yeah. And like that's also where I have, where I farmed, you know, multiple stacks of emeralds, multiple stacks of emerald blocks. Iron farm this season of Hermitcraft is pretty sick. Doesn't seem to have a cat issue. How many cells does it have? If it has fewer than 3 beds, then it's kind of like, of course it doesn't have a cat problem. Either way, I think we just go kill those villagers, right? And then destroy their beds and replace the beds with slabs. It has 4 beds, but they are further apart. So I wonder, and this is something that we'd have to do for testing. So this is the minimum oh God. No, I was about to say, I wonder if you could move these 2 cells further out, but no, you couldn't, because then it would affect the sight line, because you have to be at this precise angle for the villagers to see the zombie. So if you were to try to move these cells further apart, so that way... if you were to try to move the cells further apart, then, I don't think that they would have the correct sight lines anymore. What's normally going on in the Discord? Worth joining? I mean, I would say so. It's good to have for, like, I would say 3 reasons. 1, if anything happens with me, I don't post it to Twitter, I don't post it to Twitch, I don't post it to YouTube, I post it in Discord. So if you want, like, any sort of information about the stream, it's not explicitly discussed on stream, that's where it's at. 2, that's where the community is. So we have, like, movie nights and game nights and stuff like that. So if you have any interest in, like, joining for movie, I mean, we're all stuck in quarantine still. So if you're interested in, like, a social outlet, then the Discord is really good for that as well. And then 3, notifications. Twitch and YouTube suck at delivering notifications. Yesterday is a great example of that. So the ability for Discord to provide us with, like, notifications really clean. Main difference is they're further apart and the zombie is riding a cart between them all. Yeah, I could definitely see, like, a zombie moving. So basically taking this and putting the zombie further apart, or excuse me, moving the villager cell further out, and then the zombie moving left to right. I could see that being pretty clean. But the kind of the nice thing about this is it's no redstone. Absolutely no redstone. This is just pure logic. We don't use any redstone to get the iron golems down. We don't use any redstone in order to bounce the villager. There is absolutely 0 redstone to this design. That's the Nembom Iron Farm. Man, everybody talks about Nembom. Is this, like... I don't think I've ever seen him. Okay. Huge thing at 130 is hugely informative. Okay. I don't think I've ever watched Nembom's videos. Am I missing out? Is this guy, like, next gen creator that's, like, sneaky amazing? Hang on, let me get to... Yeah, we'll just leave that for now. Okay, so this is the link.
For that, let's do some demonstration. So what we have here is just a bunch of villagers. They don't do anything at this point. And the game is running as fast as it can. I disabled all the stuff that's not necessary for the demonstration, and we only have a bunch of villagers and the AI. So let's observe the speed of the sun and the moon. And the moment I spawn a zombie, the game slows down pretty much twice. So reducing exposure of zombies to villagers is actually quite important, because it will not only reduce the computer compute the farm requires makes it more server-friendly, expandable, stackable, etc. But also allows us to reuse that zombie or whatever we used to scare the thing for multiple groups of villagers, reducing the entity count of the farm even more. Technically, we could even synchronize the pickable moment for villagers with golems spawning, which would align us with this 100-tick word clock and just show the zombie 20 ticks before the actual spawn attempt. But that would likely require some very precise timing circuits and don't give us too much benefits, so we'll be focusing on making sure that the cycle of the zombie is long enough to allow for the villagers to reset their golem needs, and exposing them for just about 5 seconds to make sure it's long enough for our villagers to have a chance to spawn a golem. So here's first of the designs. If you look at the scale radius, we can see that...
I'm gonna hit that button. Interesting. Psygraph with El Mango. Yeah, cool. What about Doc's Iron Farm? I don't watch Doc. I'm not a... What do observers near the bottom do? What observers? Are you talking about the video or something in my world? Research. Yes, research on iron golem farms to get cats to stop spawning. Yup.
This zombie here scares 1 or 2 sets of villagers at a time. Having zombies in minecarts in flowing water allows them to move really slowly, almost painfully slow, but we need this 40-second cycle anyways, so that's actually not a problem. This design has some things that are not super hot though, like the fact that zombies come in range for each group for actually quite a long time, so 15 to 20 seconds, and in case it's night, it doesn't wake up the villagers that are in the corner bit of the cells, which means that only 2 villagers actually perform the spawn attempts. That would be fine, but because we have each group that's very close to each other, if we would have, for example, a shared spawning platform, that would spawn 1 golem from 1 group at a time, and then the rest of the villagers would have a good
This
chance
is
to
impressive.
recognize that golem and refuse to spawn their own. And that's why each villager group here has its own platform instead, which is 16 blocks away from all other groups. But due to very limited ranges for spawning, not this one, this one. This means that the spawning area could actually be really small. So for example, for this group here in this positive corner, this means that they only have 9 spawning spots really if they are at the workstation, which gives about 70% chances of success for each spawning attempt. And in the negative area with 16 spawning spots, this is almost 90%, so much better. I tried to give them a little bit more space to wander around, hoping they would move about and see more of with their spawning paths, but that rarely happens. All in all, this design over here produces slightly less because of that comparing to that one, but it's...
So is this effectively designed that you said observers in your iron farm? Oh, that's not actually part of the iron farm. That's part of my mushroom farm that just uses the shared wall. My world is very compact, and that's the redstone that drives my mushroom farm. That's just with no problem clipping into the iron farm. Okay, so reducing the number of villagers that get scared by a zombie is pretty good. Is this just going to be like design after design?
Almost instant effect and allows you to farm iron all day around. Guess which one we'll be using here today. But first, a couple of very important numbers. A villager tracks all entities around him that are within 16 blocks away. It updates that list every second.
Dude, Clawley with a 200-bit tip.
There is no regularity
What's
when
up?
villagers updates it, meaning 2 villagers will update this list with different offsets, which is set randomly when the villager is spawned or loaded. The villagers' mob sensing timings are not stored with villagers, so they are not available via data command, and they change every time we load a chunk with that villager in question. Golem sensor uses...
I mean, I'm not interested in building somebody else's design. I'm interested in improving my own design. So I'm looking at how to improve the design because not only is he showing you how to build them, I don't know if there's a block tutorial embedded in here somewhere, but he's going into an in-depth explanation of how all of the mechanics work, which is great because the wiki is completely wrong on like half of them. Oh, I didn't mean to skip.
Can only spawn a golem if they didn't see one in past 30 seconds or 600 ticks. Since this bit is also not saved in the NBT, so not available via data command, I needed to use a mod to help us to show that in action. The mod displays whether they meet the sleep and work requirement, if they are in panic, and it also shows their timeout for the eligibility to summon a golem, indicating whether they can have it or not.
This guy needs to fix his sound levels, though. He's very quiet in his own videos. Yeah, I figure everything out with trial and error. I appreciate you, Grog. I wish I could dive into the code. I wish I was able to read it. I don't even have a baseline to start to understand the
Go back
code.
to all those bits in a moment, but for now we'll just use it to verify whether they can just see the golem. The entity to be counted just needs to touch this area, meaning that, for example, to detect an iron golem, which is quite a supersized guy, it can actually be a little further away. So with that villager over there, the golem is detected not only here, like so, but also we can drop it by 2 blocks.
Interesting.
And as you can see, the villager still updated his counter. So in order to remove the golem completely from villager senses, we need to drop it 1 more, like so. As you can see, yeah, the villager is not updating that counter anymore. So that in total is 19 blocks. Golems, as I said, can spawn in gossip time, but that's lame, or when the villagers are in panic mode. We can see here the panic symbol lights up when I'm shooting the snowball, and that's enough. But using snowballs is a little problematic during the night when the villager is asleep, so we'll be inducing panic with a hostile mob. So to be in panic, villager has to see the mob, and the mob needs to be close enough. However, different mobs have different scare ranges.
You could always learn.
So here, for
And you
example,
could learn
can
with
turn
me.
a sphere around the villagers of radius 8, which is suitable for zombies and the like husks. So for example, at this point, this one is a little too far. It doesn't invoke the panic effect. But for example, this one will be in range and cause panic. And same with, for example, this one. And if you, for example, block a line of sight, as you can see, we have no panic. Unlike mob detection, it's not about mob hitbox.
And see, this is also just another aside that he's not even trying to address. When people say to me, whenever I use glass to break line of sight, mobs can't see through glass. So whenever we were working on the drowned farm and I made the floor out of glass, people were like, oh, they're tracking you because they can see through the glass. Clearly they can't.
That sphere, it's all about the center of the mob. That's why we don't have a panic in this space, for example. We'll be using here mostly zombies and husks because they are easiest to obtain and don't need a name tag for them, since we want to keep them forever and we don't want them to despawn. And zombies holding an item will save us a name tag this way, but they have the shortest range. Vindigators scare them at range 10, Ravagers at 12,
Since you're in lag busting
and the rest of
mode,
the
that
mobs
one thing might be
scare them
interesting
have
for the
range
farm.
attack.
What do you mean, lag busting mode? I mean, definitely we're gonna go down to 3 villagers. Absolutely. But at this point, I'm kind of learning for whenever I make the video for my Iron Golem farm, which is like a ridiculously simple Iron Golem farm. Maybe it's technically like moderate difficulty because I've seen Iron Golem farms that are like truly just like 3 villagers and a block. So it's like a medium difficulty Iron Golem farm? I don't know. So. Since watching your streams, I've killed a bunch of poppers and put composters on top of the uncovered ones. Yeah! Have you seen the TPS in your world improve? I would love to know. I would love to know the mod that he uses, like, whenever he pushes tab. Where did you link? The 967 mark? That was like right here. Yeah. Whatever this thing is, the TPS and the MSPT, I don't remember what MSPT is. I don't know. It has something to do with tick speed, but I don't know what it is. Anyway. Milliseconds per tick, I think? Ah. That would make sense.
5 seconds to make sure spawning any other goal. The last 1.5. They are easiest to obtain and don't need a name tag. Vindicators scare them at range 10, Ravagers at 12, and the rest of the mobs that can scare them have range attacks, so they are not that useful. Like for example Pillagers, which scares them from 15 blocks away, or Evokers, which is from 12. In order to summon a golem, they need to be active part of the village, so they need to sleep within the last in-game day, they need to work within the last 1.5 days, so they can slack 1 day if they want to. They haven't seen a golem recently within the 600 ticks. Obviously they need to be in panic mode for the panic summon, but they also need to find at least 2 other buddies within this.
Which is 2 other buddies, yep, which is why we have 3 villagers inside of our farm. I know all this part. I think it's carpet. He wrote it. See, that just blows my mind. It's like I can't compete with that. I can't teach myself a coding language to then write. I wish it were like a data pack that you could have, but
box expanded by 10 blocks. 3 of them are in panic anyways, because there will be more of them trying to summon a golem. So for example, you have 3 villagers, we let them go to sleep. Then we let them do their work. Even if just one of them is in panic, that's sufficient to spawn a golem. Once the golem is spawned, all villagers that are within this 10 blocks out area are
that's
marked.
interesting. So right there, that mechanic means that you could lag bust by how do I phrase this? You could lag bust by only having one villager get panicked, and have the other 2 villagers be in some other unpanicked position. Does that make sense? So later he goes in, so we're at 612. Later he goes into detail about how...
But that would likely require some very...
So if we look at what his world is in lag...
Word clock and just show the zombie 20...
So it looks like it's about 230, 240 TPS. With a 4.2 milliseconds per tick. And then he spawns the husk, and it goes from 2, let's call it 240 and 4.
Ticks before the actual spawn attempt. But that would likely require...
And then it's like almost halved. It goes down to like 130 to 140. So 240 to 140, we'll say. And then MSPT, it basically doubles. So these are basically just representative of each other. They're just different ways of measuring it. So villagers absolutely, so all of these villagers being panicked is increasing the amount of lag in your world. So if your Iron Golem farm could only use 1 panicked villager instead of 3 panicked villagers, it would have less lag. MSPT is just the inverse of TPS. Right, that's a much more succinct way of saying what I was just saying. I like your brevity.
As they've seen the golem automatically, which will prevent them from spawning in out area are marked as they've seen the golem automatically, which will prevent them from spawning any other golems, so we have to keep this in mind. What else? Golem spawning mechanics. That's the only part that got almost ported one by one from previous versions, and that's why it's a little lopsided. They could have fixed it, make it symmetrical like everything else, but they haven't, so that's what we've got. When a villager tries to spawn a golem, it does this in this area, or rather, the block to spawn a golem on top needs to be within this area, which is 6 blocks up and 6 blocks down from the block villager staying on, and 8 blocks in the negative directions, and 7 blocks in the positive directions. In most of this area, the blocks are required to have material that blocks light and have a top solid surface, like solid blocks. Top stout, but also top trapdoors, which
I think the
by
rates will go
themselves
down
don't
a
block
bit.
light,
You get
but the
one chance per
material
spawn
they're
rather
made
than
of
3, but from what he says,
Doesn't
the
make
first
sense.
attempt is 80,
I
so
know,
second and third
whatever.
are only incremental
They also have
improvements.
to have
Interesting.
air or water right above it.
Coding
and
is
they
it bad?
need
It's
to
having a
have
brain.
Non-solid, non-redstone, non.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, that's all
below
fine.
That
Coding is it bad? It's having a brain that's being able to build the logic that's harder. Same type of brain that does redstone. Lol. Sounds like a great way to reduce lag. Right. I don't know if I would apply this in this world, but we might be able to apply it in the design that we would release publicly. Oh, I didn't mean to skip. I looked over at chat and wasn't paying attention to my cursor.
Another quirk is that they can't typically spawn on glass blocks, but if the glass is on the top layer of this range, then actually can. But in general, to prevent golems to spawn within this spawning area, we can use glass blocks, redstone component, rails, or blocks that don't have the top surface.
Yeah, that's pretty
Now, you would
interesting.
want typically to use water streams.
That
to
I
move
wouldn't
those
ride or die on that mechanic because that seems like something that'll get fixed.
golems away from this area, and that's fine. But the larger the spawning area, the longer it will take the golem to leave that 16 blocks out of the detection zone. But the more spawning surface area you have in the 16 by 16 platform, the more chances you will have to spawn a golem. And this also changed comparing to 1.13 and before. Before each golem spawn attempt would draw a random 10 points blocks in this entire volume and check if a golem can be spawned, meaning that if there is here 3000 blocks, so we had to maximize chances by selecting the spawning blocks by having multiple platforms, etc. In 1.14, each attempt analyzes the topmost eligible block in the entire column of blocks. So in turn, we get 10 stabs per villager to spawn within 256 slots, so it's much better. So for example, if we only have 25 spawning spots, the chances of one of those 10 attempts to succeed is 64%, and with 3 villagers panicking at the same time, it's actually 95%. So there is a balance to be made between the size of the platform and the speed you can move the golems out. Because once you spawn one, the villagers will randomly update their golem scene clocks, which adds extra seconds to a general 30 seconds timeout. And all 3 of them in the cell have to have these clocks in negative to spawn a next golem. And because of the fact that the game scans the entire column at once, building multiple spawning platforms is actually counterproductive.
I think I missed something because of how quiet the video is, and I don't want to turn my speakers way up either. Why does it have to be in the negative? I missed something. Oh, this is cool. Watching his videos almost feels like cheating. They're so informative. So if you like discovering the mystery, it's almost like a movie spoiler. I don't like discovering the mystery. I like applying the knowledge. That's my favorite part. I got the 2 hydrates.
There are a couple more things. Spawning attempts for the actual golems happen every 5 seconds, so 100 ticks. But unlike all the previous timings I mentioned here before, which are all randomized, this one is synchronized with the global clock, and all villagers attempt to do that all at once. This means that we can actually squeeze these villager triples quite close together, and if they are at least 11 blocks apart, they will be spawning their golems almost independently. Now let's talk about the villager holding cells. The goal for them is to allow 3 villagers to get their job, being able to work at it, which is not apparently the same thing, have access to the bed and sleep in it. They have to be contained and be able to see the zombie or the other hostile and be relatively compact because we want to have some requirements to squeeze those together somehow. There's however little problems with these though, as the game doesn't seem to like certain configurations, and since we are trying to block them here and recognition of workstations and bed happens to be depending on the pathfinding, not all configurations actually work, and this is very location specific and sometimes simply weird. And these things change pretty much from snapshot to snapshot at this point with all the minute adjustments to the pathfinding mechanics, which is quite frustrating, but the lesson is don't take all of these designs I'll be showing here as 100% working across all versions, because this might not be a thing. Just whenever you find a particular holding cell doesn't work anymore, try to find something that does work in the future version. For example, this very basic cell,
Okay, I mean
2 by 2, at least 5, then it breaks and really don't seem to be interested in the beds anymore. It seems like they erase them from their brain but forget to notify the things and carpets instead of who is 3 by 1 during the day and 3 by 2 during the night. And it was breaking in pre-release 4, but now I've been testing it for equivalents of stone is but that these
it's very interesting.
Cell is designed. There will be spoilers of some one villager. Wait, wasn't a problem in any other cell, but since I didn't require a 1x1 holding cell here, that thankfully wasn't an issue, but it's weird anyways. Replacing the workstation fixed the problem. In this case, and that's actually more common.
Okay. I feel like I've learned what I needed to know. That's very, very interesting. It's more interesting to find out that how, particularly how laggy the villager breeding or the villager panic AI is. I think that that's one of the the big takeaways from that. The panic AI, it makes sense to me that it would be so laggy, but at the same time, I didn't expect it to be quite that laggy. But again, he set up a worst case scenario, so he just under-halved his, the world lag that he was experiencing through that villager panic AI. But he also had I don't know, call it probably 50 villagers set up. So he probably had 50 villagers set up, but 50 villagers being panicked to half his world TPS. Well, I don't think that you should view it as halving, because a half is relative of how much he had in the beginning. So depending on the power of your computer, it's more like to say it would reduce your TPS by So this is probably representative milliseconds per tick, actually. So we have 21 MSPT average. Okay, interesting. And then with likely 50 or 60 villagers, he went from 4 MSPT to 7 MSPT. So then you would be able to do some simple backwards math, and you'd be able to figure out how much each panicked villager increases your MSPT. That makes sense? So 60 villagers divided into a 3 MSPT average. And this is spawn chunks over here, which is why I came to this spot instead of that spot. Somewhere right around here is spawn chunks. Yeah, it was worst case scenario. And so yeah, my computer looks like it runs at about 7 MSPT on average in a sterile world. And this isn't truly sterile because we've got all of these passive mobs, right? I should probably slab out my spawn chunks. and kill all of the mobs here. Actually, yeah, that's absolutely something I should do, because clearly the sheep are still eating and pathfinding and doing stuff while, because they're loaded. Can you move spawn chunks? Sadly, no. Not without commands. You can if you use a command, but we're not going to in this server. But there is no how would you phrase this, Showro? There is no way of doing it that is built into the Minecraft game experience. There's codes that you could do, like slash, I don't remember what it is, but there's some slash command that you could do, some admin command, but it's not built into the game functionality. Are you good at math? Nah. So yeah, we should absolutely slab this and then kill all the passive mobs that we could find. And we should probably light up all the caves here too, because bats are probably spawning. You can't do it in survival mode. There you go. Ugh. I hate math. What's your math question? Ask away, maybe somebody else is good at math. So anyway, 7 MSPT, using that language from his video, so that way it's a little bit more comparable. 60 villagers in a worst case scenario increased the average MSPT by 4, which means 15 villagers equals 1 MSPT on average. So that cell is increasing our world tick by 1, which is huge. That's a 5% increase to my overall world lag, because when we're over in that area, wow, I didn't realize that I was that close to spawn chunks with the edge of the slime farm. Because when we're over in this area, our MSPT is like 20 on average, and 1 MSPT is 5%. 1 is 5% of 20, which is nuts. So 5%, so this iron golem farm is accountable for 10%, because we have 2 cells, of my entire world lag. And maybe it's even slightly higher than that because of, maybe it's even higher than that because of all of the tile entities that we have that goes into supporting it. So like the double chest, the hoppers, the storage system, everything like that. Is the iron golem farm really accountable for like 12% of my entire world lag? It might be. It's definitely 10%. That's kind of wild. Did you remove one of the cells? Yeah, I think I'm gonna go do that right now. Hey Matt, domain and range. Yeah, I don't know what those words mean. Okay, so if we don't like what we've done, we can undo it by is the block immediately below them still marked out? No. But I can see it with water, with the water particles. How do you get coal for torches since caving is so dangerous? Trading? I wouldn't worry about coal as a tradable block because yeah, caving is dangerous in hardcore, and the other place that you can get coal from is wither skeletons, and that's even more dangerous. Like, I'm in the late game and I've still popped a totem fighting wither skeletons. So yeah, I wouldn't worry about getting... Find something else. Find something else. Remove the beds for now? No, we remove all of it. Alright, well, oh damn. I'm struggling here with the movement. Charcoal? Oh, wait, you're not talking about trading, you're talking about to make torches? If you're talking about to make torches, then yeah, charcoal. But if you're talking about trading, you can't trade charcoal anymore. That's not been in the game for a while. I need them to stop sleep spamming. I overflew. I was reading chat and not paying attention to where I was flying. 21, 22. I'm just curious. I mean, we killed them, and it went from 22, it bounced between 21 to 22, and we killed them, and it went down to 21. That's kind of insane. Well, that side is still definitely spawning. Oh, I didn't think about that. Okay, it doesn't look like it changed anything. Double check and make sure that this side is still spawning correctly. Yep. I have to, you guys made me hydrate like 1 billion times. So, I have to go dehydrate now. Thanks, dudes. Okay, I'm back. I'm sitting down now. Oh god, chairs, how do they work? Can anyone tell me some facts? I don't know. I don't know any facts. Your Twitch name is Apologize PLS. That's a fact. Padawan just redeemed a hydrate. That is also a fact. Okay. So it doesn't seem like we're having any problems. It looks like the iron golems are continuing to spawn. Looks like we're all good there. I'm so curious if I have to look, right? We have to look. Not that, but here it is. Here's whenever I was like prototyping the design. So this was, so you can see that I have like multiple tests happening here, proving that they can spawn on pumpkin blocks or jack-o'-lanterns, which was important because we wanted to make sure that we wanted to make sure that that room was well lit enough. Oh my god, I just missed Eldon. So could we, theoretically, could we move like one of these villagers into a different position where they couldn't see the zombie? And like, I also wonder if the rates of this are technically improved by a percentage point. If you have another spawning area underneath, right? So that way, I don't know if that's the correct height. Maybe it should have gone down one more. Like, we know just having a secondary spawn platform, we know that the one spawn platform only has like an 80% chance of spawning them. I wonder if by adding a second spawn platform like this, if that chance to spawn goes from 80 to like 85, which is technically an improvement in the rates, right? I don't know. Let's test one thing at a time. This doesn't matter. So I wonder if we could change the configuration of this room in a way where only the center villager can see the zombie. So let's kill these guys. Okay, I have strength 1 billion, which is important. need to work. Did I destroy some block above them? Because he seems to be bouncing so much more. No, it's just a full block there. Configure the room in a lowercase r shape instead of straight across from each other. I'm also thinking about simplicity of communicating in a tutorial is the problem. See, this guy just lost his profession, which is interesting to me. Charm, you are wild. The half slab keeps him from bouncing up and down to the sides. Ah, I see. So I want these villagers to be able to communicate with each other, but I don't want the villagers to be able to move this much. So obviously that's a problem. So what the answer probably is, well, I mean, it definitely spawned a golem. It's probably something more like this. Hang on. It's probably something more like this. So this guy should be able to see our zombie. As he bounces up and down in the water. And now let's go time set night. The middle bed might be a problem. And so why don't these guys see their beds? Are they actually too low? Are they just seeing the zombie 100% of the time? They might be. Yeah, so they could definitely see just under the trap door. Okay. Okay. This bed should probably come over onto this side. So these two might be too high to see their beds now. Oh, well, that's clearly a problem. So why does it work in the water, but it doesn't work here? Yeah, okay, that's my view. See, why isn't he able to get back inside? That doesn't make any sense to me. And there's actually no reason at all why this bed needs to be in this spot. So why doesn't he want to sleep in the other bed? He probably can't see it. I think it's okay if he stays sleeping, right? Is this an iron golem farm? It is. I'm trying to modify. I have an existing working design here, but I'm trying to modify it so it's only one villager ever being scared at a time. And hopefully in doing so... Okay, I have another idea. So we're gonna reset. Hopefully in doing so, I can reduce the lag that the iron golem farms create, because each villager, like each one of these cells, is like a full millisecond tick average, which is huge. So like in this world, if I, like this one set of villagers, so I have a 6 MS PT, right? And to increase that by +1 is huge. That's a full, like, 16% increase to my world lag from 3 villagers. That's wild. With a huge amount of lag. So anyway, I'm trying to figure out a way of modifying the iron golem farm so that way the total amount of lag is less. This is kind of what I'm thinking. Oh, duh. We need to contain them. Is that technically legal? I don't know if these guys see each other and therefore count each other. Maybe by opening this up, they will? Oh yeah, that still needs to be there. I believe that it's okay that they stay asleep. There's just this one guy, as long as this one dude is panicked. Right? Okay, so, oh yeah, we need to go time set 4,000 because they all need to work at their workstations before they can spawn an iron golem. And there we go. With your current design in your world, can you make a quadruple version with the same concept? Not, so if we consider this east and this west, you cannot put a farm north and south in this tight of an area. You could make it a little bit bigger and it would work, but then you run into problems with the angles. So with this design exactly as it is, no, you could not put a north-south on this design. So is he like facing backwards? So is he never seeing the zombie to enter panic? Well, I mean, and see, this is where that mod would come in handy because I don't know if this guy is panicked or not. He might be. He might not be. And so then we need to go time set to time set night. So we know that these two guys are not panicked because they wouldn't be able to get into and out of bed. And we know, okay, so since he's bouncing, we know that he's quickly seeing and losing sight of the zombie because he can't get into bed if he can see the zombie. But then, so he has to lose sight of the zombie to get into bed, but then he has to gain sight of the zombie, which immediately kicks him out of bed. So the expected rates of this should be ever so slightly less than the expected rates of this, but we should have 66% less lag generated by this design as created by this design. Maybe a little bit technically less. Maybe it's like 60% less lag because we technically have like 4 entities. Maybe 5 if you count the hopper minecart. And like according to somebody else's math, this villager should successfully panically spawn an iron golem 80% of the time. We're just we don't care about the overall rates. We care about them spawning in relation to each other. So right now I've seen about half the spawns on this side. I think my numbers were off a bit. It's like 65% from what you showed before, but still high. It's not 33. See, we're losing a lot of iron golems here. I don't know if that'll help or make it worse. But these guys technically don't have a block above them. So I don't know. So it's roughly 30 to 35 seconds between each iron golem spawn. And this definitely feels much lower than this side. How we lived without the village and pillage update. I mean, I have the answer for that. Iron golem farms just look like this. And this is how we lived before the village and pillage update. It was this. Is the goal 100% redstoneless? I could agree with that. If I forgot to turn off the etho hopper that cycles the water below the villager, it breaks about 10% of the time. Yeah, I would go completely redstoneless. Yeah, it seems like this guy is having like between a third to a half of the rates of the one on the left. So is a third to a half of the rates worth a third to, well, there it spawned without this one spawning. That's a very rare occurrence. So noisy. Nighttime seems to yield better spawn rates than the day. It does. I forget the mechanic that controls it, but it does. Well, without the triple panic, it definitely seems like the rates are about halved. Which I don't think that's really necessary. Are we in agreement there? Like, we're talking about having the rates of an iron golem farm to save on half of a millisecond per tick. So, like, would you pay half of a millisecond per tick for double the iron, right? I mean, I guess that's a fair question, is how much iron do you need? As this side definitely still produces iron golems. But it definitely produces them at a significantly lower rate. Interesting. Very interesting. Either way, I think that we have this world a little nicer. We have one less cell in our iron golem farm, but I don't think that's going to matter all that much. I don't think it's going to matter all that much because we already have an insane amount of iron. And then yeah. So we only need to keep up with whatever iron that we're using, which is typically for villager trading where we use that iron. So it's probably perfectly fine. Right now you only have half the farm you did, so you've already halved from before. Changing it for lag with decreasing would be a third. Right. I don't think I would change it in this world. I was more talking about like a conceptual tutorial at that point. But that's good feedback though, Turnip. If you could make it shut off when your storage is full to cut off most lag, that would be ideal. I mean, that would be super conditional, right? That would be some, like... It's definitely possible, because that would be pretty... It'd be basically dispensing versus retracting the water that the villagers bounce in. It might also be possible to make like a piston extend and block their line of sight to the zombie. But I still think that that might spawn iron golems. I don't know the minimum number of villagers required for them to say that we need a zombie. Or excuse me, for them to say that we need an iron golem without being panicked. I know if they're panicked, 3 villagers can spawn a zombie. But if they're not panicked, how many villagers does it take to spawn a zombie? I don't know. How should we go about filling this guy with more flint and steel? So that's the last thing that I kind of want to work on today. And so we clearly need some sort of chest that can do it. This is the solution to the cats? Hopefully. So like, there might, because we just killed those 3 villagers, so there still might be a cat in the world. But I would give ourselves 1 cat death, and then if we see another cat, this failed. Infinity squared is just infinity squared. And I don't think that infinity can be approached like a regular number. It's more of a concept than it is a number. At least that's my understanding of it. Same way as like 0 is more of a concept than it is a number. So over the top, so we could definitely put storage here on the top and then drop it in. Same sort of thing. Is like I wanted to use as few hoppers, I wanted to use as few everything as possible. Are they still just full of eggs? Wait, why do we have another thing of totems? Why did we do this? I mean, sure, I guess, but like... Wait, was that completely full? No. There we go. Beautiful. Nims, why do you have shoulders full of eggs? I agree with Tails' response. Who doesn't have shulkers full of eggs? What are you doing in your life where you don't have a shulker full of eggs? I'm a big fat poop with the hydrate. I see you. You might always have 1 cat spawn from time to time. Why would I still get 1 cat? It's only 3 beds in there. And like, I guess those 3 beds are getting used. See, so what's interesting about the villager breeder is, the farmer can never use a bed. So it's not an occupied bed. Only the breeder can use a bed. That makes sense? So while this has 3 beds, I think it's possible for this to sometimes have 2 occupied beds, because I believe that the baby can spawn at nighttime and then immediately use a bed. I believe that that's possible. So this has 3 beds, but 2 occupied beds, right? And it does not spawn cats. Hello? Hello? Oh, he got himself stuck. Oh, only kind of stuck, though. And that one doesn't spawn cats. So then the difference here would be... This one will be 3 beds, but there are 3 occupied beds. So does that spawn cats? I don't know. The wiki says 5 villagers can summon a golem if not panicked. Okay. I'll know for sure. I just had a village with 3 people that still had a stray cat. I mean, presumably 3 people and 3 beds? Huh. Okay, so anyway, how do we get storage into this? Is it even worth it? Considering that we have like several hundred uses here, it might just not be worth it, right? Considering the number of like hoppers that we would have to train in order to move it from basically anywhere at all into this. My realm's mega village has 30 plus cats. It's pretty nutty. I hate cats so much. The fact that you just said that to me like breaks my heart. So this bed still might be counting towards the total beds in the Iron Golem farm. But that's why I killed this cell, so that way it was as far away from my bed that I have set up as possible. When you got a second, oh yeah, the potion brewer. I was just thinking about that whenever I looked at those fire res potions. I was like, I wonder if Yolk is still in here. So yeah, okay, so this is how it turned out. It's pretty sick, dude. So like, we've got an on-off lever. So what happens is it basically pauses with a nether wart ready to brew the next potion. So if I were to flip this, and there were room in this storage, but there's not, which is perfectly fine. If I were to flip this lever, these potions, these 3 potions would get pulled out, and I would have 3 new potions from right here get pulled in. Pushed in? Pulled in? Sure. I would have 3 new water bottles enter the farm. Then the nether wart that's in here would start brewing and make them into awkward potions. And then, based on what we have here in the configuration window, with your potion of choice being the current item in the random dropper, being the potion that you're brewing. So the selector panel allows you to choose between redstone dust, glowstone dust, gunpowder, and fermented spider eyes in conjunction with whatever thing that you put in here. So we would first brew it into an awkward potion, and then the first thing to enter the awkward potion would be magma cream, turning it into fire resist. The next thing that we have on our selector panel is redstone dust, which would turn it into fire resist of 8 or of increased duration. So then it would be fire resist 8, and then we have nothing else that would go in here. So once we have nothing else in this hopper, it says that's it, the potion's done, and then this hopper below would open up, pulling the items out, placing them into this chest, which then restarts the cycle and the next set of potions would brew. So it's super clean. So it's very, very nice. So the only thing, there's a little bit of manual stuff here. Obviously, I could take like the redstone out of the Darkroom mob farm from the witches, and I could have added that automatically. I'm just accepting that I'll have to do this part manually. But I'm okay with that. And then lastly, we took the output of the fishing farm. So if you look here, this is the output of the fishing farm. It comes up here through a bubble elevator, across, and then it comes through here. And so this is the fishing farm line, over, and then it goes up a bubble elevator right here, over, and then it drops down into this, and then we go through a water bottle filter, which is what this brewing stand does. And then we store all of the water bottles that come through the water bottle filter here. So the fishing farm, while it's in use, automatically restocks the water bottles for the potion brewer. Anything that's not a water bottle then would get placed here in this dropper with a smart, and then, smart redstone. So it's a smart dropper, and then that dispenses it into a cactus. So I think it's a super clean design. We only tend to go there. We only go there to trade and make it bigger. Oh, your mega village? Yeah, the cats tend to congregate on the roofs, so they aren't underfoot. That's interesting. So, yeah, it's pretty. I'm really happy with how that turned out. The auto brewer is sick. And then conceptually, I believe if water bottles were completely full, so let's say we went on this huge fishing, we fished for days, right? So this is completely full of water bottles, this is completely full of water bottles. This hopper would be completely full, which would back the water bottles up into the brewing stand, and then the water bottles would just get treated like non-water bottle items, in which case they get destroyed by the dropper into the cactus. So it should still be intelligent enough to tell when we're full and then destroy them accordingly. So I think it's awesome. I think it's absolutely an incredible design, and I'm really happy with how it worked in the world. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it definitely goes here. That's on the fourth block? 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that too close? Yeah, let's move them one block further apart. I think that's all right. That makes stuff like this corner bright enough. 7 block, 8 block, 7 block, 8 block, 7 block. Can monsters spawn on 7 or below 7? I always forget if it's if they spawn at 6 or 7. Hello, end. Kind of off-topic question. The first time you AFK'd in your Skelly chamber, how many levels did you climb? I don't even remember, if I'm honest. 7 is dangerous. Okay. They spawn at 7. Alright. But I'm sure there's a... The whole world is documented. Okay, so now this is 8, and now it should be safe. So we have the video log that should be able to show the first time we AFK'd there, and then how many levels we gained. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, cool, it's the same. So instead of going in 4, we go in 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Now, I don't know if this, I gotta be careful as I click here. Yeah. I must have just barely clipped it. 8, 7, right here. There's a 7. There's a set of 7s. There's 2 of them. Right there and right here. Everything else looks good though. Still looking good. Okay, so I just gotta figure out how to get rid of these 7s. How do you guys think we should get rid of the 7s? I figured you might not remember. I could just see it like letting it sit overnight and waking something crazy like 5 to 120. I think it was something like that. I'm sure it's possible. You would, in order to figure it out, you would just have to figure... So like, exclamation mark VODs should get you there. And then we would look at... we'd have to look whenever we built the fishing farm. So it had to be before this point, because at this point in the world,
you have to kill a mob or 2.
Oh, hey, this must have been when we were setting up the Iron Golem farm. So that's the placeholder. So at this point, like, I'm already 168. And, like, we clearly already had the fishing farm. I saw it. And we've already got the room. So it had to be before whatever point that was. So is it here? Was it, like, February 11th? What is this? What am I doing here? This might be the beginning of the slime farm, if I'm honest. Yeah, this is definitely the beginning of the slime farm. Wow, dude! Look at what our base used to look like! Whoa! That's kind of... Hang on, I gotta destroy this. Blah. And don't let me forget about those blocks there. Speaking of, don't forget VODs. I've actually been uploading a lot lately. Like, let me try to get the same angle. It's a little bit more aggressive than that. You can't even see it anymore. I think it's about like this. I'm trying to find it. Give or take? Oh, that's real close. Okay, here, let me mark this spot. And then I'm gonna go sleep so it's not daylight to nighttime comparison. That's, oh god, I placed a torch to remember where my spot was. That was the dumbest thing. Okay, I found it pretty quick though. Like, that's a wild transition. I know. That was the dumbest thing, Yolk. That was a big dumb idiot moment, for sure. Anyway, see, I'm already 158, which means that it must be set up by February 11th. Let's try February 6th. See what level I was at that point. 127. Wow, we got this thing set up quick. I mean, in the February 1st thumbnail, I could see all the enchanted books that we had. See, 91. I had my shield. I had I had cooked salmon, so I must have had a fishing farm at this point. I'm clearly caving. Wait. And this must have been right after I found the skeleton farm, because I remember making that pillar to indicate where I was going to put home. Yeah, I did have the original, like the starter. Oh, wow. Yeah, there's me referencing my own screenshot. Nice. So embedded. This must have been whenever I was moving from the spawn chunks over to the new base. Wow! This is when I was building the house that is now this. So I must have just found the skeleton spawner. Wow, I mean, we used that setup for the longest time. And see, so right here, I mean, this is the skeleton spawner. I see it. I recognize this. Yeah. See, there's the skeleton spawner. So we were level 92 before, and we didn't even have the skeleton spawner set up. So I don't know. That kind of answers the question, Turnip. So we must have been hitting that fishing farm hard. Okay, anyway. This is a nostalgic trip I wasn't even around for. I'm loving it. Yeah, dude, it's so cool. I'm so happy that like Padawan convinced us to start the there's like Padawan combined with a real life friend of mine. His name is John Lee. He's amazing. Both of them kind of like hit me at the same time. They were like, do the thing. Yeah, totally answered it well enough. Cool. So how do we get light into that 2 center blocks there? I could replace a block in the floor. I could replace a block in the wall. Glowstone in the floor? Well, I eventually want to get rid of all this glowstone in the floor. I don't like it. It's got to be something in the wall, though, right? Like maybe some end rods? Because end rods make light, yeah? Disgusting. Oh, also disgusting because it puts the brakes at like weird points. I just got a golem to spawn on my zombie list 5 villager remix of the Iron Farm. However, the golem doesn't go walking off the edge. Yeah, but those are so slow because panicked villagers spawn golems way quicker. I don't understand what you're trying to tell me. Apologize. Oh, the borderless end rods. Yeah, you're right. Dude, I'm so bad at aesthetics. I hate this so much. Does light come through stairs now? I might have gone a block too far, but it doesn't really matter. Yes. Light will come through the bottom of stairs. Okay. Maybe change the look of the wall behind the portal. I mean, maybe we could make like a fake nether behind it at some point. Again, I don't know if I have the skill for that aesthetically. Can I tell you at least one last fact at NIMS? Sure. I kind of like how that makes the room feel centered, even though it's not. That fell clean. That fell clean. I wish the water only flowed once and not twice, but I don't think that because whenever we set this to 2, it doesn't work, does it? Because of the delay of, like, how long. Yeah. Is there any way that we could clean the redstone up a bit? Don't think so. The intelligence that runs this seems pretty good. It knows what state the portal's in, and then opens and closes the portals based on its previous state. Seems pretty good to me. Looks like iron golems are still spawning with success. And I haven't seen a cat in a long while. Knock on wood. Knock on wood. Where's wood? Knock on wood. Okay. Haha. Just built your pumpkin melon farm? It's not my pumpkin melon farm. It's like Ilmango's, I think. Well, mine is a heavily modified version of Ilmango's. So out of curiosity, is this zombie down here? He's not scaring anybody, is he? He just chilling? Yeah, how's it working for you? A good name? Did you see my fact? There used to be shrugs in Minecraft? You're memeing me. Oink oink. Pigs, a very important part of villager breeders since 2020. I really want to reduce the number of wolves in the world as well. You mean shrubs? Ah. I was like, shrug? What's a shrug? Like, you could just make your character shrug? Huh? Lift your shoulders up and down? Yeah, I remember that. Apologize. Tips on finding Elytris? Bring some slow fall potions, because you're gonna have to go bridging. Yeah. Bring some slow fall potions, and anytime that you're bridging, use slow fall, so that way when you have to, if you fall and you have to panic Ender Pearl, you have more time to throw it. Don't forget, Auto Brew area has 7 light levels. I thought we fixed that already. by lowering these down by 1. Yeah, we fixed it already. But thank you for watching out for me. I'm debating on what I want to do. I'm intentionally leaving like holes like this open, so that way, in case I ever want to put like a basement proper on this, we can use these holes as bubble elevators up and down. Well, we would bubble Vader down, but you understand my point. You would bubble Vader up and then fall down in order to get into the basement area of the base. Yeah. So still in the base, we want a cactus farm. And out of curiosity, is there any chance that we like move this bedroom over onto this side of the base? And then we set up, because we still have this room here. Okay, this is an interesting thought. This is so interesting. Maybe I'm having a Jimmy Neutron brain blast moment. What if, hang on. What if we move the bedroom? What if we move the bedroom from here over into that other empty room, right? So then we have this empty room over where the bedroom is. So this is now completely empty, right? And what do we have right next to this soon to be empty room? Well, we have the furnace array, which is just a chill little furnace array boy, which is being fed by the overflow from the bamboo farm. But the furnace array is actually full too. Could we build the cactus farm in or around this area? I don't know where the output of the cactus farm is, or the bamboo farm rather. Yeah, it looks like it's right here. Yeah, this is it. This is definitely it. So could we take the output from the bamboo farm and run it? Oh, we also need a cactus and a kelp farm. I want to get both. This into this. Guardian farm, marker of the base. Potion room we can add to the done list. Blamp. Potion room. Do. I think we can also take, maybe prevent cat spawns out. It's too early to say though. Nether portal room we can also take out. Dude, sick! We've gotten so many projects done. Do. Lit. Okay. We have a cactus farm in here. I also want to get a kelp farm in here. Kelp farm. And then like furnace XP array, maybe? Okay, so the reason that I bring this up is we have all of this bamboo that's being generated over here. And it's a sick bamboo farm. It's just a little like 2x9, but it's providing me with like so much bamboo. So much bamboo. So if we take the overflow from this so much bamboo that we're generating, and we run it into we could have like, this room could be half a cactus farm and then half a storage array. Or excuse me, yeah, half a cactus. We could build the cactus farm on top of this, right? So out of sight, out of mind, we just don't think about it. We don't need to see it in the same way that we don't see the melon pumpkin farm. So we could just build the cactus farm kind of up and around this area. Then we have a little bit of storage for the cactus. It doesn't need to be like a huge, we're never gonna use so many cactus that we need, you know, this sort of storage for it, right? It only needs to be, probably a single shulker. It could probably be like the amount of storage that we have for the bone meal and the roses. Yeah? Okay, so now we have 1 shulker worth of cactus, and then we take the rest of the cactus and run it into a furnace array. Maybe it only needs to be like 1 through 3 furnaces, and we just let it smelt. And then we take the overflow bone meal, so it's the overflow cactus plus the the overflow cactus plus the overflow bamboo, and we smelt the cactus, and then we just immediately trash it. And then we now have a furnace auto smelter that's just generating a ridiculous amount of experience for us. And since this world is designed for a singular AFK point inside of this room, we could use that furnace storage, the furnace experience storage system, as a bank of experience. So we could put the cactus farm here, and then we could also put like a furnace experience array here. And then we just move the bedroom onto the other side. Do we like that? Is that a good idea? Nims, do you know how to bring items up without a bubble fader? Yes. I mean, there's multiple ways that you could do it. It doesn't have to be with just droppers, but like, you really don't want to use droppers because droppers are super laggy. If you're gonna use anything, you should just use like full blocks. So if you put, as an example, throw all my torches down there. But then if I were to put a block here and here, there's my torches. So you can use this mechanic as a way to make another and that's like the old school item elevators, as we built them that way. Instead of doing it with the dropper, I would use that system if a bubble vader is not available to you. Using redstone to do it is very laggy. Did you remove one of the cells? I did remove one of the cells. I removed the right cell. Because that was closer, God, it was closer to the bed, but now we're talking about moving the bed, so I don't know. While the pumpkin melon farm is pretty good, will the double chest be enough storage if I were to AFK overnight? No. Even if all you did was build 1 layer, no. 1 layer will definitely fill up a double chest. Seems good. Seems like the cactus is good for XP or bone meal. Bone meal seems sorted. Bone meal does seem sorted. Thinking. I like it. Maybe dress it up with the kelp farm surrounding the cactus. I mean, we could. I don't know if we have to find some sort of like homogeneous balance between the cactus farm and the bamboo farm, because I don't think 1 bamboo can smelt a cactus. Actually, yeah. Okay, that's about what I expected. Interesting. So it's really like a bamboo. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's a 1 bamboo, or 4 bamboo equals 1 finished item. Four bamboo equals 1 finished item. So then we would have to take the expected output of the bamboo farm and make the cactus farm ever so slightly more than that. Right? So, well, you take the expected outcome of the bamboo farm, divide it by 4, and then make the cactus farm you then round up the cactus farm against that number. So if the expected outcome of the bamboo farm is, say, 100 per hour, right? Then you would divide 100 per hour by 4. So then you're getting, let's make it a weird number, right? Let's say it's 90 per hour, right? So 90 divides in half into 45, and then 45 divides in half to 22.5. So the expected outcome of the bamboo farm would be 22.5 per hour in this hypothetical situation. So 22.5 hypothetically. And then we round that up to say, make the cactus farm produce 23 to 25 cactus per hour. Does that make sense? Half a stick, yeah. We might also consider making a creeper farm, at least a temporary one, because I'm just not... I thought my bone meal rates were better than they are. And they're just not. 20 bamboo per hour is kind of low, though. Well, I mean, I'm dividing it by 4. Because it takes 4 bamboo to smelt 1 item, right? So it's more like 100 bamboo for... Again, I don't know what the expected out of this is. This is all hypothetical numbers. These are pretend numbers. I don't know what the true rates of this are. Obviously, it was high enough to be able to fill up a shulker box, 3 double chests, 6 furnaces, all of the hoppers that go into that, and then have overflow. So, like, clearly some amount of bamboo. Definitely not like 1 per hour. But it's definitely not like 1,000 per hour either. And if we really wanted, we could double the amount of bamboo that we produce in the same way that we did to the sugarcane farm. Actually, we might do that. I like that idea as a project. Double the amount of bamboo that the bamboo farm produces, and then run that bamboo into a furnace array, which smelts cactus automatically, and then uses that as an XP storage for the player. Oh, look at all those ender pearls. That uses that as XP storage for the player. I think that that would be pretty cool. And then the bedroom gets moved over into this space. I think that's pretty aight. How to split one of your belts that transport an item into 2, because I'm thinking to have a similar thing in my world. I don't think there's a way to split a water stream into 2. I just don't think that there is.
not without, I mean, you would need some redstone to do it. So you have multiple ways. You could use you could do something like a double, you could put all of the items, a hopper at the end of where you want your split to be. You then run that hopper into a double chest, and then you have 2 hoppers out of the double chest. And that they then go into smart dispensers that then go into 2 different water streams. So then you've taken your 1 water stream into 2 water streams. However, the problem with that basic system is the double chest has a preference for which hopper it uses. So the majority of your items are going to end up going, hypothetically, to the left, and very, very few of your items will go to the right, which is exactly the problem that I experienced in my honey farm, which is why I have some very fancy redstone to do that. You could also use something like a dispenser. So dispensers choose a random sort of when an item is dispensed from a dispenser, it shoots out with a random velocity. You could use that, and you could say everything to the, with a random velocity that goes to the left, right? And then everything with a random velocity that goes to the right, goes to the right. But you would then have to create something that like, that would be random, but on a long enough time scale, it should end up being 50-50. But I don't even know if that system would work. The tolerance of Minecraft blocks might be too intolerant. Minecraft blocks might be too fat in order to create that system. However, I imagine that. I'm actually kind of curious about that, because I imagine it as being can you waterlog iron bars? If you can waterlog iron bars, I bet it's possible. Okay. Yeah, you can waterlog iron bars. Ooh, but the center block is just a source. It still might not be possible then. Oops, didn't mean to destroy that one. So yeah, if you figure out how to do a item split in a water stream, that would be very interesting to me. Because I don't think that it's possible without redstone. With redstone, I'm sure. I mean, I've done it in this world. How do you split your glass bottle lines? I don't. So everything is sequential and nothing is split. So first I take the glass bottles out of the darkroom mob farm as dropped by the witches and put them into this chest. Here, I'll give you an example. By converting all these honey blocks or honey bottles into blocks, which then frees up a bunch of glass bottles. All right. So now I have a bunch of glass bottles. So I have a comparator, and you might be able to see the comparator right here. You can see the edge of it. That's watching the contents of this chest. So the chest is the first stop. Well, there's a filter behind the chest, but the filter then runs glass bottles into this chest. I then watch the contents of the chest, or I have some redstone that watches the contents of this chest. And whenever I reach a threshold, it says, he's got too many glass bottles. We're gonna take some of them. And then we take down to whatever that threshold is, so it's 3 stacks plus 54, and we send them into a item splitter here, and this is a redstone logic item splitter. So it perfectly splits the items perfectly into a 50-50. And then we send those 50-50, I was scratching my face. We send those 50-50 into 2 water streams. So this is one of those 50%, and then this here is another one of those 50%. We drop that into another 50-50 machine. So then we divide 50% in half, which gives us a quarter and a quarter, which perfectly distributes our glass bottles. And see, we're actually very low on glass bottles here. Yeah, we're completely out. So I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, no. Yeah, we are completely out of glass bottles. This needs more than what we've got. So our honey farms were basically paused because we had no more glass bottles for them. So the glass bottles that we just put in there emptied them. Yeah. Which is fine. I mean, it's designed to pause, and we've got plenty of honey blocks. So we divide our... So first, the glass bottles come into the system. We put them in the chest until a threshold is met. We take the overflow threshold and divide it in half and send it towards the honey farms. Once it arrives at the honey farms, we divide that in half, giving us 4 even outputs. All those glass bottles are then converted into honey, in which they are eventually sent back as honey bottles. They then sit here in this chest until the player has a chance to convert them back into glass bottles, where the player then adds those glass bottles back into the system, which overflows the threshold, and then these bottles are then sent back into the honey farm and perfectly divided by 4. So, how many bee farms do I have? Or how many beehives? 4. Thus necessitating the 4 glass bottle output. Wait, you said you will make a creeper farm? Maybe. I'm floating the idea for now, because we're not even halfway done with the amount of TNT that I want. I still have a ton of sand left, and like, not enough gunpowder. So. I heard him. The wandering, there he is. I have no idea where he is now that the leads are no longer attached. Maybe I can see the particles. Oh, hey, I got him. Nice! Do they need to be bee nests or beehives? Either works. It's all the same. So the cats are gone. It seems like it. But again, it's too early to say, because remember after we put up that wall last stream? And then we had no cats spawn for like 30 minutes. But clearly, judging by the like 4 cats that we had at the beginning of this stream, it was still working. Cats were still spawning. So it's too early to say. Either way, I do think that this is going to be where we call it a stream. I have some errands that I gotta go run with girlfriend. So we went grocery shopping last night. We also picked me up some shorts and some shoes. The shorts don't fit, and the shoes don't fit. So we've got to go return it. So this is going to be the end of the stream. Thank you guys for watching. Thanks for hanging out with me today. I gotta give some shout outs. We got a bunch of new follows, so like thanks for all the new follows, guys. And shout out to Clawley, Turnip, and Echo Company, and Steelhawk. Damn, dude, for the love and support tonight. I really appreciate you guys. You're wonderful. We will be back same time, same place tomorrow night. I love you very much, chat room. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.